Woo! Welcome back, YouTube. Welcome back to my channel. This is the Real Nathan Daly. As you guys know, I'm the law enforcement translator. I'm here to talk about some difficult topics and controversial topics here. And listen, you guys, as you know, this channel has hit 10,000, and it is such a blessing. And I appreciate all of the support, the constant support that you guys give me. And so tonight, I have to say this: we are having a very good conversation. There's a lot to talk about. I got to give you guys some backstory, a little bit of behind the scenes info before we get started. So before I say that, let me shout out to all of the subscribers. Thank you guys so much for your support. Those who are here with us tonight in the chat, I know you guys are filling up. And all of my members, thank you so much for my members. You guys have been holding me down little by little. Day one, you guys have been adding up. So I really appreciate all of the support, the unwavering support, you guys. So yes, as you know, a little admin talk. Tomorrow we're having the online 10K celebration, you guys. I'll be dropping a premiere at 7 o'clock. And then after that, we'll be doing a live stream just to for me to give my thank yous and my gratitude and everything like that. So please don't miss that. You may have seen it in the community tab. So please pass that information along. What else? So you guys are in the chat. We're looking pretty good so far. As you come in, please hit the like button. And, you're in for a special treat. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot for me to cover, to be honest. And as you guys see, I'm wearing white today. This white is always good. I feel like this is kind of like, you throw on the white towel, you wave the white flag. It's a little bit more relaxing. It's a little bit more, I guess you would say, it's like a symbol of peace, a symbol of pure, and a symbol of, I guess you would say, just overall non-threatening. We're wearing white today. This is going to be a conversation that we're having today in reference to truth, trauma, pain, history, frustration, anger. And this is an opportunity for us to really deep dive into the trauma that is policing. And you guys seen the thumbnail. The thumbnail has two officers on it. Their faces have pig faces on them. We know that is a slur that's used to describe police officers. And but we're going to dive into that. But the title of the show is Post-Traumatic Police Disorder. And the reason why I titled it that, you guys, over the last 2 weeks, there's been a lot going on. As you've seen, there's a lot going on with the channel. I got into my first, I guess you would say, YouTube beef. I guess if we're calling it that, someone pointed that out. I wouldn't call it beef. I look at it more as like a maybe vegan beef, right? Like it's not real, right? Like vegan meat. But nonetheless, I had a discussion with a young lady, and we didn't get a chance to really have a debate, but there was a back and forth. You guys already know about it. There was a 7-hour video, not in reference to just her, but in reference to the mentality that, that exists within a portion of our community, within the Black community. And I felt that it was very important to address a lot of things regarding the relationship with the police, also the relationship with the Black community has with our own people, right? And that's a tough conversation to have. It's an uncomfortable conversation to have. Just last night, we talked about dispelling some myths in reference to data. And he said, I just made that term up. I did make it up. I did make a post-traumatic police disorder. But funny enough, though, you guys, I'm actually going to bring some counselors on the stream coming up soon, you guys. We have a lot of great speakers that'll be coming up, and we're going to dive into this. This is my theory. It's a theory. And this theory is based on the experience that I've had working within our community, the experience I have now recently on YouTube, and just having different conversations, you guys. So I'm really curious for us to have this conversation. So I do have a special guest tonight. I'll be bringing him up in a little bit, but I want to give you guys some context into what we're talking about. Post-traumatic police disorder. You guys, it's very similar to PTSD, right? This is PTPD, but it's very similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. As we all know what that is, it is a, well, I'll give you the definition. But before we get into that, let me put context to this conversation for tonight. We all know that within the Black community, there's a segment of our community that does not have a good relationship with law enforcement. Whether you've had a negative or positive experience, we know what it is. We know that it comes from interactions. We know it also comes from a historical sense. There's a historical component for the relationship that we have with law enforcement. We know that for a fact. We also know that there's a frustration with law enforcement based on abuse of power. We know police brutality is a thing. We know corruption is a thing. And sometimes I feel like we see so much negativity surrounding police. We never see the positive. We never have a counterbalance. And you guys, that does create an issue, right? That goes into what we're going to be talking about tonight. And, unfortunately, as you guys know, I've spoke about it before. Throughout my career, just 13 years in law enforcement, I've had people call me, a sellout. And I've had people call me a slave catcher. I've had people say that I work for white supremacy. I've had people say I work for the white man. Right. And so I've heard it all. I've been called a coon. I've been called a what else they call me? Like coconut, I guess, black on the outside, white on the inside. Right. And there's a lot of different terms. And so after speaking with people within our community, having a conversation, I get to learn why they feel the way they feel about the police. And I started to learn that it's not me that they dislike, right? They dislike the uniform. They dislike what the uniform means, represents, and what it has represented. It's not necessarily me per se. People love me once they get to know me. And sometimes people end up hating me simply after I tell them the profession that I was in and what I've done. But prior to that, the conversation is always good, And so, again, I think this is such an interesting relationship. On one side, you have people who are uncomfortable with black skin, right? Sometimes we see that society has looked at black people or the color of a person's skin as a threat or as a problem. And this is true. And we know the historical concept behind that fear of being around or seeing someone with black skin. We have this assumption that black people are dangerous. We have an assumption that a black man who has golds is this way, or a black man with tattoos is this way. A black man with dreads is this way, right? Or the wave cap, the do-rag, the hoodie, right? We have all these negative labels that are put on African Americans simply because of a situation or because what someone saw on TV or one incident. And people are prejudged, people are prejudiced, people stereotype. And I always have conversations with fellow officers, whether black or white. We talk about these things, about profiling, racial profiling. These are real conversations that we have. And it's very interesting, you guys. And we're going to talk about that on this channel. And one thing that I have noticed is that people also profile the police. Now one would argue, right? It's not right regardless, but people do profile police, right? You see a white officer with a bald head. He's tall. He had a country accent. He's from the South. You know damn well he's a threat, right? Like he's definitely someone that you need to be concerned about simply because of how he looks. You might have an officer who is black. He might look a certain way, but then you get to know him and you find out he's not a certain way. And I think sometimes we're all prejudged, right? We're all guilty of judging others before getting to know someone. I'm guilty of it. I've done it as well. I've profiled people as well on the job. And guess what? When you get it wrong, it does make you feel stupid, right? And I never hesitated to apologize for profiling someone. Hey, look at the jacket he has on. Look at the hoodie. Look at the hair. Look at the way he talks. He has to be this way, or he might be this way. And you guys, it's wrong. And it's very hard to shake it. It takes a very conscious effort to not make assumptions about people, to not prejudge, and to not racially profile on top of that. So that's kind of like my quick little spill. I want to dive into what's bringing us here for this conversation. I'm gonna pull up a video that's gonna bring context to this conversation, you guys. So let me tell you what happened. Last week, or about a week and a half ago, I can't even remember what exact day it was, I was invited to come over to the Lapeef Network. We all know the Lapeef Network. They have a lot of interesting conversations, lots regarded to the Black community, relationship stuff. That's not my wheelhouse too much, but every now and then some topics will come up that I think I find interesting. I definitely want to be a part of, just in general on YouTube. Well, they were having a discussion about policing and policing in the Black community. And so I said, cool, yeah, I'll definitely get in on that. I think it's a great opportunity to have a conversation. We know the PEEF network commands a lot of audiences, a lot of people from our community. So I thought it'd be a great opportunity to share the message and also have an opportunity to dispel a lot of myths that go on and some inaccuracies that go on when discussing police issues as it relates to the Black community. Now, you guys, listen, I'm well aware of the challenges, right? I came on YouTube knowing that people are going to disagree, that I was going to get some insults here and there. I'm tough. I can handle a little bit. And at the same time, I know it's not coming out of a place of hate for me as an individual. I know it's coming from a place of hate or trauma from the profession, and I get that. All I ask when I talk to people is that they just be patient and give me an opportunity to talk, explain, do the best that I can, right? Well, this is what happened. We got to having a conversation, and the conversation got a little derailed because people in the comment section were throwing insults at me, saying, hey, he's a pig. That's a pig. Get him out of here. We don't want to talk to him, right? He's lying. I was discussing data and statistics about information because a young lady had came on the panel and she was giving information that I said at the time was grossly inaccurate. And they were inaccurate. And so, I went on the panel to challenge and make corrections, and then everything kind of went awry, right? So I'm going to play the video clip of it so you guys can see and hear what transpired. And then we're going to go forward into the conversation, and I'm going to bring up my guest, Jay Prince. He contributes over there at the PEEF Network on discussions as well. And we're going to have a conversation, you guys. We're going to have a conversation. And this is what I ask you guys. Listen, this is a difficult conversation. We all have different experiences with law enforcement. I'm asking that we all just be patient. Let's not be quick to judge, and let's be respectful. We're here to have a conversation. Communication is key in order for us to grow, heal, and build. Insults and disrespect only close those doors that need to be open for us to have these conversations, you guys. This is the purpose of my channel. So I ask those in the audience, just be mindful of your comments. We will be taking questions. I just ask, just be respectful to my guest, and we're gonna have a good conversation tonight. All right. So let's start off with this video. And let me see, make sure I left at a good point. Anyways, how's everybody doing? Everybody good? I didn't get a chance to scroll through the chat. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for holding down. We're about to dive right into it. Chantel said vegan beef. Yes, vegan beef, man. It's not real. It's not real. Shout out to everybody. Dre, what's good, brother? What's good, everybody? I see y'all. We're gonna dive into this video, and then we're gonna have a tough discussion. You guys, what are we talking about tonight, right? We're talking about an interaction. We're going to be talking about slave patrols. We're going to be talking about the origins of policing. I'm going to dive into the data. I'm going to put the information at the end of this video. It's going to be in the description section for the video for everyone to take the opportunity to do their own research. I will be clearing and dismissing a lot of inaccuracies from this particular conversation. We all do better as a community when we have the correct information. Listen, I don't care if you don't love the police. I'm not asking you to love the police. I'm asking that you don't hate them, right? There's a difference. You don't have to love them, but please don't hate them, because hate, something about hate that comes inside of our body, right? It manifests a behavior, a mindset out of us, and it will cause us to have negative interactions with officers, even if we're in the wrong or if we're in the right. So again, I'm not here to give kumbaya speeches and say love the police and kiss them when you see them. I'm saying don't hate them. And if you do decide to dislike the police for the truth. Don't dislike them for the lies, right? And tonight we're going to talk about truth. I don't have a problem speaking on the truth and keeping it real, you guys. You know me. So again, let's dislike people for the truth and not the lies. At the end of this conversation tonight, you guys will have some things to marinate on. All right, so let's take a look at this conversation, and then we're gonna dive into some good topics.
Logic. I know people were cutting in on him. I'm gonna offer him. Don't let 6 respond. Don't let 6 respond, and then we're gonna get to Mr. Nathan. Okay.
Okay.
Chaotic. I need you. If you have a point, I need you to just put a pin in it. Don't let 6 respond.
It's a little bit.
You are violent. I do not give you consent.
I don't even want to get back into that. I don't know where 6 got us. Like, what's her name? 6. Well, I don't call nobody gods, but wherever 6 went, her information was grossly inaccurate. And I just believe that if we're going to be educating our people on facts and truth, we need to make sure we have the accurate information, and we need to make sure we have a proper discussion about it. Since this channel, the Peace Channel, is a very powerful channel, you know, it commands the attention of a lot of our people in our community. And if we're going to talk about information regarding the Black community in reference to police relations, deaths, we need to have accurate information. And so everything that I heard her say was grossly inaccurate. And I think all right, well, I think it's something that needs to be discussed. All right, so let me bring let me preference this. Jay Prince is the gentleman here with the red hat on the panel. And so this is me talking. I haven't cammed up yet. I was rushing. I was rushing to jump on the panel and get ready to have the conversation. I was listening, getting ready, so I didn't get a chance to actually turn my camera on. I was setting everything up in order to have the conversation. And so I'm talking and letting things load, and then I start giving my little spill. Normally, you guys, when I get on a panel and I know that I'm in an environment where people might be uncomfortable with the conversation, I always try to give a disclaimer and ask people to be patient. I always ask people to be mindful and not to look at these things through the lens of emotions. And so I always give that spiel because it's a difficult conversation to have, and it's hard to have it if you're wrapped up in emotions. So this is me giving my spill and making the statement that the information that was provided by the young lady was not accurate, grossly inaccurate. Yes. I mean, we could talk about it one at a time because there's a lot of information. If you want to start with one section, we can pick it apart. We can start.
Maybe you and 6 can team up and y'all do a YouTube discussion. It sounds like a fire show. Approach her in the right manner, and I think she'll be down to have the conversation. She's really cool. I watch your channel and I support her. And Nathan, I like your perspective. I think it'll be an awesome conversation for the culture to see.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I could definitely do that.
Mm-hmm. Nathan, what was something that you heard? Because I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was said.
That was actual facts.
So I know this isn't my channel, but you guys, to be honest and be completely honest, I'm very transparent. It's very impossible to have a conversation with people arguing and going back and forth. So if someone's talking, I just ask that if I'm up here, let's all just be respectful, because we can't educate anybody if we're going back and forth and cutting people off. All right. When we have these discussions and these conversations, emotions need to be out of it. I can show you guys where to find the information, how to look it up yourself, CDC, FBI facts. But but honestly, guys, we cannot have this conversation with people and their emotions. Now, you guys, I gave that disclaimer because it's like WWE over there on the Lapeef Network. For those who follow the channel, shout out to them. They're I also linked them in the chat as well. The Lapeef Network is it gets wild. It's no holds bar, right? They have their discussions, and mud is thrown, knives, forks, plates, and if you just so happen to get hit by something and get caught in your feelings, it's cuckoo cuckoo, man. It's all over there. So I knew where I was at. I knew I was in the Thunderdome, right? And I said, okay, hey guys, listen, I'm about to say some things that might trigger some people. and I know this predominantly black. I don't know what his demographics is on the channel, but I said, hey, you guys, it's going to be I'm going to say some things that I know is not popular. I'm asking you, just be patient, be patient. And that's why I gave that spill, you guys. And for those who don't know, if the moderators can drop the Lapeef Network in there, please go and check out the content. It's wild. It's definitely Fight Club. Someone said Fight Club. Yeah, it's wild over there. You gotta have skin of steel if you want to have a conversation on that channel, boy. Woo. So I knew what time it was, you guys, and that's why I gave that disclaimer, because it's a difficult conversation to have. All right, so
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second, brother Nathan. Logic. I know people were cutting in on him. I'm gonna offer him grace. Can you reset the timer, Nathan? I want to give you an additional 2 minutes, respectfully, to address one thing that you heard that Six said, and nobody's gonna cut you off.
Sounds good.
Address it, and if anybody has something to add or to, I guess, counter or whatever, I'm just asking that you put a pin in it, really quick. Logic, is you there? Logic, you off your square?
I know. Just
all right, hold on. Once it gets okay, there we go.
Yeah, it's a lot. There was a couple things she talked about. I think I heard something about slave patrols, that policing started from slave patrol. That's not true at all. That's absolutely not true. I challenge everybody to do their own research. It's not true. Slave patrolling actually started in the South. Policing already existed in the North. It had nothing to do with that. When the South learned how to police, it was already taking place in the North. The first police departments were New York and Boston, and Chicago after that. And then as policing went to the South, the slave patrols, who were actually slave patrols, they were people who volunteered to catch slaves. When their police departments formed, the slave patrols signed up to be police officers. That's the origin. All right, I have a video on my. All right, you guys. This is key, because there's a myth that's going around within the Black community that is saying that policing, the origins of policing, started from slave patrols. That is grossly inaccurate. And what happens, and what I've seen, is that people will take that and they'll frame it in a way to where it makes it seem as if that is where policing came from. And it's not true. And it's very divisive. And it's done in order to create more division, right? The powers that be does not want Black people to have a happy relationship with law enforcement. And we're going to break down the nexus of why that is, right? We're going to break it down. I'm going to break down tonight how our distrust, our hate, or our behaviors and outcomes with police, how it feeds to a industry of prison, how that prison industry makes money off of our bodies, right? How it feeds also into the music industry, how the music industry works and is and cooperates with the prison industry, with the gun industry. You guys, there's a nexus to these things that all work together, and people have to make us believe that the police are against Black people for this thing to work, right? The same reason why in the video I did, the stream we did yesterday, and we're talking about the relationship, Monday, the relationship with the media and how the media also puts out false information, or I would say misleading information and accurate information to get Black people to believe that we're the only ones having negative outcomes with the police. It's not true. White people have the same exact problems. We can argue at what rate and how often, but the reality is white people have lost their lives the same exact way as Black people. Especially, we have white Tamir Rices, we have white Breonna Taylors, we have white George Floyds. We also have white, what's the gentleman's name? Philando Castile, right? So again, this is true for white people, but they don't want you to know. Think about it, right? Why? What would happen if Black people and white people got together about police brutality and actually starting to address the issue together and not separate? Someone asked me on that stream, and they said, hey, how come white people aren't protesting about it, about their people getting killed by the police. I said they are. They do it all the time. And then I pulled a video up showing white people protesting about an unarmed 17-year-old getting shot and killed. They protest all the time, you guys. We never hear about it. You have to ask why, right? You have to ask why that is. And then when you get the answer, it starts to get a little suspicious. It starts to make you want to ask certain questions. Things don't seem right. Right? Things start to not seem right when the truth starts to be revealed. And guess who was there as their representative? A white 17-year-old boy shot and killed by the police unarmed, right? This is recently. And guess who was the face of that movement? Ben Crump, you guys. Ben Crump. Ben Crump is omnipresent. The moment a black body dies by the hand of a white officer, Ben Crump is there. He's also showing up when white bodies are dropped by white officers, but he'll never tell you that. You didn't know. You did not know it. And when I showed the video, people were shocked. You guys were like, what? Hold on. Ben Crump is there representing a white? Yes. You guys, money is money. The color is green. It's not black. It's not white. It's green. That's what matters to a lot of people. That's what matters to a lot of people, you guys. Before I get back in the video, shout out to Jay Speed, the OG. That's the big homie right there. He said, it's what I call grown people talking, trying to solve the problem. Talking about earlier with the conversation. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much for the super chat. Whew. And this brother right here, Millennial Mark TV. He says, I commend you for your resilience and your determination to stay in the fight. Keep doing the good work, my man. You're making a difference and bridging the gap. Much respect, my brother. I got your 6. Tenfold. Woo! Millennial Mark with the big drop, big bag drop. Hey, Millennial Mark, I appreciate you, brother. For those who don't know, he used to be prior law enforcement. You know, he's really making big money now. I need to go holler at him. You know, thank you so much for this this gracious donation, Millennial Mark. I really appreciate it. You guys, this means a lot. This means a lot. Thank you so much for this, man. This is this motivation. Listen, this is how I get cooking early now. Hey, we got a lot to talk about. Millennial, thank you so much. J Speed, thank you so much, man. Truly a blessing, you guys. Truly an absolute blessing. Man. It's all green, you guys. This is a conversation about green. That's the color that matters in this country. Remember, this is capitalism. Black bodies is capitalism. You know, it's like $40K per person in jail. That's how much they're getting paid. It's a business, you guys. It's a business, and we're walking all up in their business, right? Dead or alive, I can tell you how much your organs cost. Every time a body's dropped in Chicago, a lot of these major cities, these black bodies, these black organs, you guys, I can tell you, I can show you, we can have a conversation. I got a chance to spend a little time on the dark web. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that you don't know. You know, black people are valued, dead or alive. On my channel, I have the receipts under the video, and you can do your own research. In reference to, I believe someone said something about the homicides in the black community. Chaotic said 3% of black men. No, black men make up approximately 6% of the black community. We are about 13.5% of the population. When it talks about violent crimes, black men commit the most of the violent offenses in this country. We commit almost half of the violent offenses in this country. Who commits the most crime? So you guys, we went over this on Monday, and I brought up the receipts. I showed you the data that support it, right? We can cover it again for those who may have missed it just briefly, and I'll also put the data at the bottom. Unfortunately, the black community, preferably black men, we commit almost half of the violent offenses in this country. Violent offenses is determined by rape, robbery, armed robbery, and homicide. That's how they constitute violent offenses. That's the definition. So when they calculate all those together, they say, okay, well, when they look at the numbers, the Black community, or I would say preferably the men, we contribute to almost half of them. And we're only about 14% of the population. Black men are about 6.5% of the Black community, 6.5. And overall, I think we're about 45 million, almost 50 million within the population. All right. White people commit the other half of the violent offenses, but that makes sense, right? They're 60% of the population. You guys, these are startling facts. Men are men. Yeah, teenagers as well. We're talking males. I should say males, because teenagers are included. We just had a homicide here in Atlanta where a 13-year-old boy last week shot and killed an 11-year-old. He shot him in the back of the head at the skating rink after a fight. You know, he's 13 years old. His life is over with, right? We're the parents, right? His life is over with. So teenagers are committing murder too. We went over that as well on Monday on the previous stream called Black Skin, White Shadows, right? Yeah, shout out to Mr. Awesome. He said, a vet told me about the body organ black market. You guys, this is real. This is where a lot of these Black kidnapped kids, white kids, people getting kidnapped, you know, they're harvesting organs out here. This is a real problem. This is a real thing, right? This is a real thing. We don't hear about it. The feds normally handle this thing. But every time a body drops, you guys, those organs are going somewhere. And it's big dollars. It's big dollars. In general, white people.
Yep.
White people are 60% of the population. They commit the most crimes. Blacks commit approximately 50% of the violent offenses. We kill each other approximately 7,500 homicides on average a year committed by Black people. White people kill themselves approximately a year, 4,000, and they're 60%. Correction, we checked on Monday. The correct number was 5,000 homicides. 5,000 homicides by white people. So correction, that was 5,000. I said 4,000. I misquoted. And you have to jumble all these numbers around after a while, right? But 7,000, approximately 7,500 homicides done by black people. Approximately 5,000 done by white people. Again, white people are 60%. In 2019, they contributed to 5,000 homicides amongst white people, 7,500 amongst Black people. And we're 13%. It's a problem. Our fourth leading cause of death, according to the CDC, right, is homicide. So one of our leading causes of death is homicide. For white people, homicide is not their leading cause of death at all. At all. You know, and these are real conversations, difficult conversations that we have to have. We have to have it. There's too much violence in our own community, right? This is the reality. I think Six said something about proximity. Proximity is irrelevant. Proximity has nothing to do with the amount of crime that Black people commit against themselves. It's far too high. We're only 13%. So I don't know why people say that, and I don't know why people say disproportionate, because crime is about crime, and the effect of crime and policing has everything to do with behavior. So again, you know, we have to be very mindful when we throw these numbers out. In reference to that, I know there's a lot of stuff said. There's just a lot of information. Like I said, we need to correct that data and that statistics. And in reference to policing, Black officers started policing in this country in 1867. All right, so let's be clear. The first African-Americans started policing in Alabama, and then I believe Louisiana. Let me answer this real quick and pause it. Social Media Man says proximity is very relevant. Yes, it is. The problem is, and what's missing out of this conversation, because you're right, it is relevant, you guys. I don't want us to miss this point. It is relevant. But what the young lady was doing, Chaotic, we know who Chaotic is. He was making a particular argument about the violent rate that it's occurring way too much within the Black community. He's talking about violence and crime in general. And then her rebuttal to, or her counter argument to what he was saying, She said that it's because of proximity. She said proximity is the reason why if you live around people, you're going to commit crimes around the same people. This is absolutely correct. She did not counter his argument properly. She said proximity. Proximity has nothing to do with the rate and the amount of crime that occurs. And that's why I said proximity was irrelevant to what she was saying. It was not addressing to the amount of crime, the volume and the rate of crime that occurs within that proximity. Proximity itself does not say how much crime is going to be committed, right? It just says that people commit crime within the proximity of the area that they live in. And that was why I made that statement. Just to clarify, but that is a good question. And you're absolutely correct in reference to that. Proximity is relevant depending on what you are talking about and what you are arguing when making a particular point, if that makes sense. So I just want to make sure we are all clear on that, because people brought up that as well during the chat. He said proximity is improving with mice. All right, so let's get back to the video, and then I'm gonna bring my guest up. Louisiana had the largest police department than Texas. All right, so we gotta understand our history before we start speaking. I suggest we bring up people who are qualified to talk about it, so that we don't confuse our community about information and spread unnecessary propaganda. That's how we get shot by the police, because we think that the stuff the media is teaching us is fact, and it's not. And just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So for any conversation people have about what black officers have done, what white officers have done to black people, I can show you 2 other situations where a white officer has done the exact same thing to a white person. All right, so we just have to be careful. We have to be mindful. It's one thing I talk about all the time on my channel. So if anybody has any questions, I can answer anything directly.
Appreciate you, Nate. Are you willing to stay up for a second?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, bro.
Question, Nathan. Do you think that there are racist practices in the criminal justice system?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, for those who know this young lady right here, right? So we're not surprised about that statement that she made. I understood why she asked that. But to be very clear, it's true, right? There are racist practices that happen within the criminal justice system, right? Within this country as a whole, right?
I was just checking.
Yeah, the problem is there's racist people everywhere. And white people are 60% of the population. Black people are 13%. We don't even have our hands in businesses and professions that we should have our hands in. So the more that we don't step up and actually put ourselves in position of power, we're basically saying we're allowing white people to do the job for us. I get insulted. I get dragged. They call me names. They call me a sellout. They call me a slave catcher. They call me an Uncle Tom for being a police officer. I know black men and women who will be great police officers that want to patrol our community, but choose not to do it because they feel like they're going to be ridiculed and disrespected by their own people. So again, we have 700,000 police officers that patrol this country of 50 million people, right? And on top of that, 700,000, there's 12% of them are African American. So again, we don't have enough black people who do this job or want to do it. Fear of retaliation, right? We glorify our gang members. We glorify our drug dealers. We do not glorify the positive things in our community. So nobody wants to do the job. So if we're not present.
Nope, I appreciate that, Brother Nathan. I just if you're gonna hang out for a second, please do. I just want to acknowledge Jedi Mike pulling up to the panel. Jedi Mike, man, we so proud of you, my G. Welcome to the panel. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah. Thank you for having me. But yeah, I was kind of sitting back here watching just the craziness of what's been going on for like the last few hours and stuff. But again, like the sentiments or whatever, I'll just share what's going on. This is absolutely ridiculous, going to a point that we are continually divided. I agree, share with Tamika. I think that on that particular topic for you, Nathan, and knowing what you do on your platform, I think it'd be probably a better space to have that with Six to hopefully trying to break that narrative. Hopefully have a conversation. 'Cause I know she's willing to have that with you. You know, I also watch her content.
Well, shout out to Jedi Mike. I love that brother. He's a good dude. You know, Six doesn't want to have the conversation. She made it very clear, you guys. But I did want to have it with her. And she did turn that down. And so no disrespect to her or anything like that. She did shoot that down. And so we were that I'm still open to have that conversation as well. Again, you guys, the bigger issue is about having the discussion. It's not about egos or pride or none of that stuff. None of that stuff means anything. Has nothing to do with the betterment of our community. Has nothing to do with us getting some accurate information and to discuss why we might feel certain ways, right? So I'm not above coming to the table and having a conversation with anybody. So that still is on the table for me. But she did make it known in her video, her response to this video, that she absolutely, right? She said she can't speak to a Jamaican cop. It's a double ignorance. Right? She said all these things. Cool. But the door is still open on this side, you guys. We don't run from conversation over here, right? So shout out to Jedi Mike. That's a cool brother right there.
As well. But yeah, that's just kind of like really my 2 cents on that.
I got a question.
I want to add this point, Rilla. Check this out.
Now, this is where this whole thing starts to get a little derailed, right? You can't see the gentleman, but he's right here with the guy holding the timer. That's Logic. For those who don't know, that's Logic. He's also a panel member on LaPeef. And then, this is Chicago Rillo. Shout out to him. And we all know that's Courtney. And we know this is Kay. Shout out to Kay. We immigrants got to stick together, Kay. Shout out to Kay. Just found out she might be anyways, side note.
In the chat right now, they calling him a pig, right?
And
so wait, let me get to this. Let me take this shit off.
That's what he is.
He a pig.
Wait, hold on.
He good.
I got it. You a pig, and you a dumbass nigga.
No, you the dumbass niggas. I'm tired of y'all.
Fuck you. You put.
All right. So that's how quickly the conversation spun out of control, right? I felt it. As you see, I'm smiling, right? But I'm not smiling out of happiness, you guys. I'm like, whoa, hold on. I said, hey, it's okay. It's okay. The conversation got derailed because what happened inside of the chat, the conversation that was going on inside of the chat, was that people were throwing insults at me and saying, they didn't like what I was saying in reference to the data and the information I was giving out. And people were throwing insults. People were putting pig emojis in the chat. And Logic took offense to it. And he did step up on my behalf and addressed it. And it got crazy. So I'm not going to play the rest of it. It's not necessarily important. But I wanted to bring the context to why we're having this conversation. What we saw in that moment is someone who wanted to speak out against something that was wrong, but he did it the wrong way, right? Shout out to Logic, no disrespect to him. I always tell people that only weapons formed from love can destroy weapons formed from hate. It doesn't go the other way. It doesn't work. Hate only creates more hate. Anger makes more anger, right? And so somebody has to be a place of peace. Have to be. If not, this thing repeats itself. And what we are seeing when it comes to law enforcement is hate repeat itself. Pain, frustration, and trauma repeat itself. You guys, that's what it is. That's what it is. If we're going to address someone saying something that might not be appropriate, we don't do it with aggression. We don't do it out of hate. We don't do it out of anger, because it only adds more fire. It only does. Unfortunately, we have a lot of black men in this country that lose their life because they cannot discipline their words. They can't discipline their actions. They can't discipline their emotions. And therefore, a simple bumping of the shoulders between two black men could be the death of a black man. Road rage, insults. What'd you say about my mama? You stepped on my shoes. You guys, I'm going to tell you a quick story before I bring my guest up, because this situation has evolved into something big. And sometimes the universe will use us in a way to bring about some positive change. I always say it. We turn tragedy into triumph, right? We use something negative and we build on it to be something beautiful. That's the whole objective. If we're not doing that, we're creating more chaos. You know, one day, this is back when I was, working in law enforcement. My friend threw a party at a lounge. It's here in Georgia, in Atlanta. And, it's a cop party. It's a cop party, right? We're about 15 deep inside the lounge. We got a little private room, private area, VIP suite. All police, all 12. All right. Pig farm. So we all jokes aside. Two of my friends are actually working at the door. They're guarding the door in uniform. Right? We cut the line, right? Right? We run the city, right? That type of thing, right? You show your badge, they know who you are. We get in. I'm late, right? They're already inside. I'm getting in. Homeboy let me in. Get in. Pat you down real quick. They knew who I am. I don't got to pay to get in, right? Police privilege. I'm going to the club. The club is thick. This is back in the day where we used to wear Air Force Ones and stuff, right? So I'm going through. It's tight, right? It's crowded. It's tight. I'm bumping in, sliding through people. You know how it is, right? You're sliding through. Hey, my bad. Guess what happens? I stepped on somebody's shoes. It was a black man wearing white shoes at the damn club. There's always that guy, right? There's always that guy. I stepped on his Air Force Ones, you guys. And as I'm going through, I could tell he's a little tipsy, right? I said, hey man, my bad. I'm sorry. He said, yeah, you are sorry, nigga. Watch where you're stepping. Just like that. Just like that. And he had his friends around him. And the way he looked at me, he had that do something look. He said, yeah, nigga, you are sorry. Now, in that moment, it's when you have that multiple choice moment in your head. Bing! I could A, say something back. B, put the pause on him. Or C, laugh and walk away. What did he not know in that moment, right? What did he not know? In that moment, he did not know I was a cop. In that moment, you guys, I'm a black belt. I can throw my hands pretty well, right? I'm trained very well. In that moment, he doesn't know that I have two of my friends right outside the front door. That I have about 12, 15 friends right a little bit further down in that VIP room. We're all cops and we all work in that area where the club is. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know anything about me. We were deep in that club, right? Unfortunately, we know how this thing goes with police, right? We are going to get the benefit of the doubt, you guys. It is what it is, right? Cop privilege. In that moment, I had three options. A, respond aggressively, match his tone, match his energy, right? Put my ego and my pride on the line. Yo, who you think you're talking to like that? I had nothing to prove, you guys. I had absolutely nothing to prove. It wasn't going to end well for him at all. Not only would he have taken a beating, he would have went to jail that day. And then all I had to say in that moment was, hey, I'm a cop. You put your hands on me. It's a felony, bro. You've been warned. You guys, I've done that before. I've had to tell somebody that. Hey, I'm a cop. Don't Don't do it. And they did it anyways, you guys. I don't have to be in uniform for you to catch this felony. Right? I just don't. You just need to know about it. Now, I said, all right, man, you good, bro. I apologize again. You know, yeah, you better fucking apologize. That's what he said. I'll never forget. I laughed and I walked away. I walked away. And that's it, right? In that moment, I walked away. I could have changed everybody's life in that moment from one decision. Could have got my friends involved, right? Could have escalated. Who knows how bad it would have gotten? I probably would have got a slap on the wrist, right? He would have been beat up really bad, right? They would have put all kind of charges on him. They would have gave him the police privilege, right? You buy the ticket, you get the whole ride with the police. We know this. We know this. So I let it go, you guys, and that's how I operate. You know, that's how I operate. What would it look like if more men in our community would operate like that? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You know, so listen, you guys, without further ado, I'm going to bring up my guest tonight, Jay Prince. And this is a cool brother right here. And, you know, though this discussion sparked a lot of things came out of this, he didn't call me a pig, you guys. He just said I was one, right? There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. But it did spark a big discussion. And I'm really blessed that he decided to have the conversation with me, to have this difficult conversation. And I think as things cooled off, you know, I reached out and, you know, he said it was a great idea. And I think this is what it's all about, you guys. So I'm going to bring Jay Prince up, and then we're going to dive into this. Where'd this come from? Here you guys go, man. This is Jay Prince, the man, the myth, the legend. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What's good, brother?
What's good, Nate?
Hey, man. It's a blessing, man. Man, first, before you get into it, man, I just want to say thank you again for the willingness to have the conversation. You know, that's a real man right there. You know, I just want to point that out, and I appreciate that. And thank you. You know, just want to say thank you for that. I think this is important discussion to have, and I think it's a privilege to have you on the platform to discuss it, man. We're gonna dive into it.
Oh man, Nate, you welcome. And I want to start off by publicly apologizing. Since I disrespected you in public, I need to apologize to you in public and make it right. I believe when you disrespect or do something wrong to a person, you got to make it right. If you do it publicly, you got to make it right publicly.
Absolutely.
You know, so you won't have to worry about me disrespecting you. But I do want to start this conversation off with okay, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Before you became a cop, were you around black people that felt like that about cops, even black cops?
Yes. I actually, that's a good question. No one has ever asked me that. Yes. I actually ran for the police once. Twice. I ran for the police twice. I never got caught. I'll tell the story since you're up here. I'll tell the story. This is accountability time. Let's talk about it, y'all.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Your number one cop has ran from the cops and never been caught. They asked me about this in the interview. I had to put it on my background booklet, and when they're interviewing you, they ask you these things. I had to do a polygraph test as well. Hold on, Jay Prince, you got a Christmas tree in the back, brother. Don't tell me that's the same tree that was up since 2021.
Yeah, it is. It just looks so good in my house. Hey, I don't got no woman to decorate, so this house that makes me good. And my kids, they love the lights. Like my daughter, she love playing with the lights and stuff. That'll calm her down when she crying.
That's what's up. No, I love it. I had to get rid of mine. It was my first time having mine. I had a real tree. I actually had a real tree for the first time. It was one of them Charlie Brown joints. It was real short. And one day I was like, man, what is that smell, man? I'm like, the house just started smelling real horrible. I'm like, man, what is? I'm looking. I thought something crawled in and died. Right? I'm looking around, couldn't find it was a damn tree. You know,
What, the tree got old or something? Or?
Yeah, as it starts to die, it just starts to smells like death almost. Yeah, so
man,
real trees.
And the real ones is very expensive.
They are expensive, but it was a little joint. It was like a Charlie Brown one. It was tiny, man. It was tiny. So that's dope. That's dope. Okay, I like it. All right. So the first time I ran from the police back in Cali, when I lived in Cali, there was a man on the block. We thought he was racist. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna tell the whole story. And I got suspended from the bus for fighting. I was fighting all the time. People was talking mess. I put hands on people real quick. That's why my parents put me in martial arts, but that's neither here nor there. So I used to be a little fire starter, right? I didn't take mess from anybody. So I was popping people on the bus, and then I got kicked off. My mom made me walk to school. So I had to get up extra 2 hours early to walk to school. She refused to drop me off. Well, there was a pathway in Cali where I could cut through neighborhoods, people's backyards, to save like 30 minutes of the walk, right? So I would jump people's fence, right? Little black kid hopping fences, right? Looking real suspicious. Mm-hmm. Well, a gentleman, a resident came by. I guess he always, get upset. And one day he came out with a shotgun. He came out with a shotgun and was running after me with a shotgun in his hand. And, he said some racial slurs, called me a nigger. And he said, stay out of my yard. Well, I went back and told some friends of mine about it the next day. We went and TP'd his house with toilet paper one night. And he called the police. The police showed up. We ran, right? That's my first run-in with the police. Now, I was a kid, right? I was a kid doing kid stuff. Now, the second time I ran from the police, this was out here in Georgia. So I used to sell candy at school, right? I was a young little dealer, selling blow pops and Snickers and all that kind of stuff. Well, my homeboy was like, he was making more money than me, and I didn't understand why he was making so much money. And I was like, yo, man, how you always making about $30 more? He's like, man, let me show you a little secret. I got to connect. I said, all right, cool, show me. So we go to the store. This is Publix. We go to Publix. This joker is actually stealing the candy. He was never buying and re up, right? He was stealing the candy this whole time. This whole time after I sell and sell my candy, I'm spending $20 to get a new bag and re-up. He's stealing it. So he's making 100% profit. So I'm like, oh, damn, bro, that's how you making the money? So as he's stuffing the candy, I start stuffing the candy too. Bags of blow pops. Now, right? This is middle school. This is, like I'm in 7th grade. I said, damn, I'm stuffing. Well, the store owner, I guess the manager, had already been eyeing him already, right? They just haven't been catching him. So they had already had 12 was lying in wait, right? Matter of fact, this is the same police department that I ended up working for as I became a young adult, right? Figure that. So I'm stealing the candy. We see 12. He hits the corner. I'm like, oh shit, run. So now we're running in the store, dropping the candy, right? I dropped mine. I'm running. He kept his. We still running, right? This brother, listen, track star, this officer. We make it through a hole in the fence. We get in. The officer could not get through because all his gear got caught, right? Oh, y'all little motherfuckers, right? And so he yelled at us. And we throw our little middle finger up. We keep it moving, right? Second time I ran from the place, I said, damn, we almost got caught. We get back to my place. I'm like, bro, man, what the hell is this, right? That was enough for me. It spooked me, right? It spooked me. So, yeah, I ran. Now, granted, I wasn't knocking heads and selling dope or nothing like that, but those were my run-ins with the police. I got pulled over when I was in college, my first year in college. An officer, he was an asshole. What'd he do? He hit me with like 5 citations for like just being extra, and it was a black officer. And, I went to court, try to fight it, and I refused to pay it. And they said, I put on this whole demonstration. I'm an artist, so I painted this. I drew out this whole board about why I shouldn't have been charged for this, and the officer was being excessive. Blah, 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 blah. I did this whole thing. And I said, Your Honor, I didn't know that was against the law, and blah, blah, blah. And the judge looked at me and she said, sir, thank you for your display, right? People were clapping and shit in the courtroom. They thought it was a marvelous display. She said, ignorance to the law is no excuse. And I said, what kind of shit is that? right? I'm like, how do you
Yeah.
talk? Like, how is that fair? The law book is as big as a dictionary. What do you mean ignorance of the law is no excuse? I thought that was stupid, right? I thought she was insensitive. And again, my feelings were hurt and I was mad. They said, sir, can you pay $550 right now? I said, I'm not paying y'all $550, right? And then she was like, well, bailiff, you know, put him in the back. So they put me in a holding cell in the court. So I'm sitting in there and it was about 8 of us back there. The numbers are adding up. We're all here talking about how much we hate the system. I said, yeah, we're all telling our little stories about, you know, the police and all that. And I'm like, yeah, man, this officer, he's an ass. This is what he did. He did that. I said, yeah. So now the number, we're about 15 deep about people who could not pay their bond, right? They couldn't pay for the ticket. So I'm waiting in the holding cell, and this is in the same county that I end up working for, right? Now, mind you, these are my experiences. I was angry. And the sheriff came in the back and said, hey, y'all, does anybody want to make any payments before we go? Because if you can't make the payment, you're going to be transferred to the jail and we got to book you in. I was like, book us in? He said, yeah. I said, God damn. I said, y'all finna lock us up? He said, yeah. So everybody's like, well, I can't pay it. So they started putting handcuffs on everybody. And before he got to me, I'm thinking like, damn, hold on. I said, hey, you know what? I got the money right here, player. I got the money right. I got the 550 right here. I got the 550 right here. Hey man, Jay Prince, I chickened out, man. I said, you know, my level, I said I can't even play, man. Here my visa, bro. I can't even play. I said, go swipe that credit card, man. You know, it's weird because in the moment, I felt like I had belonged with everybody. We were all on the same team, man. And them cuffs got closer, bro. I had a change of heart, you know. But I did not like the way I was treated. I didn't like how it was set up. I didn't think it was fair. And you know, in that moment, and I say all this to say this: when I actually started becoming a police officer, I actually met that officer who gave me them 5 tickets, right? And not only that, I asked him, I say, do you remember me? Do I look familiar? He said, nah. I said, yeah, man, you wrote me like 5 tickets. I said, all right, everybody 5 tickets, right? And no emotion. He didn't care. Now check this out. Because of that moment, my experience, I never write tickets. I never write tickets because of that. I don't believe it solves any problems whatsoever. And Dre will tell you, other officers who work with me will tell you, that was the thing. I would fight like hell. And I get in trouble a lot. They say, hey, you didn't write any tickets today. I said, yeah, but I locked up 5 murderers, you know, 2 robbers, a bank robber, and this person right here who committed burglary last month over the last 2 months. Why do the tickets have anything to do with crime, right? I would pull people over on purpose and give them warning tickets. You know, that's how I operated. And I wasn't the only officer who thought like that. We just weren't about tickets. But that's kind of my little backstory. I think that's a great question. That is my run-in with the law. Now, it wasn't too crazy, right? But that is my experience. I have family members who have been arrested by the police. I have family members who have been involved in narcotics and been arrested by the police. And so I do understand that side of the story. And because of that, that also has a lot to do with how I handle and how I treat people. I've always been the type of officer where I did not condone violence whatsoever. And I mean that if you're a hustler, you're a hustler. If you fuck with people, then me and you have a problem, right? I don't like people who interfere with the safety and the wellness and well-being of innocent people. That's where I always drew the line in this profession. If you're a hustler, do that. I don't want to see it. Get up off this block. We cool. If anybody calls and complains, we're going to have a problem. Right? That's how I handle policing in my community. And I never had issues. Because it was a mutual respect. But if someone calls and says that you messing with them, right? You in their house, you kicking in doors, you put a gun on somebody, I got to take you up out of here. Right? And I kept that type of relationship in the community I served. And I never had any problems. And so, so that's my little backstory. I think that was a great question.
That was a fair deal too, because you know I come from that, and most hustlers would have appreciated that. Like, okay, all I got to do is not fuck with nobody. You gonna let me hustle? That's better.
Facts.
Okay, so that's almost like for my second question, almost trumps my second question.
All right.
The question was knowing that you know, the feelings that we had about cops before you became a cop, and you still wanted to become a cop. So then I was questioning, I'm like, okay, he already know how blacks view cops, the history that we have with cops.
Right.
So when we talk about this name calling stuff, I won't never do it again. But did you think that the feelings that black people have for cops was going to change when you became a cop?
Yes and no. And I think that's another great question. No one's ever
Because
asked.
I hear you always say it's always your own people doing this, but you already know how blacks felt about cops before you joined.
Some black people, yes. And I'll say this. Here's what happened. It was a couple of black officers and investigators who reached out to me because at the time I worked at the hospital, and they saw the way I would handle things, because they would come in if they brought in suspects after they've been injured or DUI and things like that, and they're investigating domestics. I would be there to register. I worked in registration, and towards the end of high school, going off in my 20s, and so they were saying, "Hey, dude, you're a great young man. We love the way you handle yourself and blase blase. Man, we could really use more black officers like you," right? This is the type of conversation I would have with black officers and white officers. They would come in the hospital, they would see me because they wanted to help recruit. They wanted to recruit people who had the right type of attitude. Now, I will say this. I never wanted to be a cop, but I always love investigations and investigative shows and all that and things like that. But never had a desire to be a cop at all. But what I do have a desire is to see people happy, right? So this is something that's about my personality that had more to do with who I am as a person and less to do about the profession. The first time I ever saw a woman be hit in the face and assaulted was by a man, and it happened while I was at the hospital. This man was actually beating this woman in the face, and I was present and I saw it. We had called the police, and all these witnesses were sitting around watching it. And he picked her up and he body slammed her on top of a table. And in that moment, I reacted, right? I think I was 19 years old when this happened. I ran over to him. I got behind him. I grabbed him from behind and did a German suplex, right? I suplexed him backwards, slammed him on the ground. The man started to get up with me on his back. Mind you, I'm like 19 years old. His arm was about the size of my thigh, right? This brother was huge. He didn't look that big from far away, right? But I just responded. It was something in me that made me move on my own. I did not do it on purpose, right? It was a response. It was just a response. I held him down, closed my eyes. I locked his arms in, right? I put him in a self-defense lock, like a hold. And shortly after, the police are running through. They grab him. They handcuff him. Come to find out, that woman was involved in a domestic violence situation with him prior to getting to the hospital. She went to the hospital to visit her mom. He followed her on a bicycle, right? He rode a bike to the hospital to finish out the domestic violence that they had. He was assaulting her in the main lobby of the hospital. The police came up. They got me, shook my hand. "Hey, that was really brave of you, sir. That was really brave, man. Thank you so much. Who knows what would have happened if you didn't do anything." He said, unlike a lot of these other coward men who were standing around watching her be assaulted, right? And I never forgot that moment, right? The hospital gave me this thing called a key to the hospital. It's one of the highest achievement awards you can get from the president of the hospital, right? They gave me that award that night, that day. Well, not that day, but eventually, like a week later, they gave that award to me. And, you know, this is something we talk about, a person's character and who they are, right? I did not become a police officer because I wanted to necessarily be somebody to wield power, right? I was trying it out. What made me a good officer was my love for people, my integrity for myself, my morals and my values. My moral compass is what made me a good officer. And I knew right away that this was a very important job. Now, when I started, I would say 90% of my career was done in the Black community. And I worked in a middle class to a lower middle class community. And I think what I got was mixed signals. The people who were not committing crimes loved the police. The people who were committing crimes or they looked like they didn't fit in did not like the police because they were always being harassed, right? They're always being harassed. So there was always a mixed feeling there because everyone, it was a whole black community, and everyone who called the police were black, and they were calling the police on other black people. You know, the problem and the misconception is there's only a small percentage of people that are committing the crimes in these small pockets of community areas, right? It's these 3 little kids that are breaking in all the homes, right? It's these 3 guys that are robbing all the businesses consistently. It's these 7 or 8 people that are selling dope on the corner, right? It's these gang members that are committing the violence against these other gang members. It's not our community. It's small. It's a small few people who are in there causing problems. And so when I started the profession, I knew that I was going to get some pushback. I always wanted to be the representation of what people thought wasn't true, right? An officer that was respectful, an officer that actually cared, and an officer that wanted to do the right thing. I wanted to represent that. And that's how I carried myself. It was very important that I carried myself that way. And not only that, I also associated myself with other police officers that carried themselves that way. Dre is one of them. He's also in the chat, and he can attest to that. We did not associate with officers that were rude, unprofessional, and disrespectful. I think the problem is, and the reason why I say this channel is so valuable is because our community has never had access to a police officer that was willing to be genuine, especially a black officer, and be straightforward, right? Especially on YouTube, on this space. You know, I open myself up to be completely honest with you guys and give you the behind the scenes look at what actually happens in these departments. All police officers are not created equal. We are all different. All of us are. And how do you know what type of officer you have? You would have to understand where the officer came from, where the officer was born, who raised that officer, what's their religious beliefs, whether they're religious at all, what type of people they hang out with, what type of shows they watch. All these things cultivating into one pot is what makes a person who they are. All an individual is, they are filtering their personality through the badge and through the uniform. I am me with a uniform on. So I push my feelings, my emotions, my pride, even my pride through that uniform. And these things are all being filtered through my morals, my values, and my judgment. And I think when you have people who aren't good people and they put the uniform on, that's who you're getting. You're getting a bad person with a uniform on. And I think that is what makes it unique. And I've had, but because I understand the plight of our community and the historical context of policing and how it came to where it is, and even the history of abuse of power from black and white officers, because I understand that, when I come across someone in our community who is mad at me, though they don't know me, I never take it personal because I know you're not mad at me per se, right? You're mad at what I represent. You're mad at the uniform. I know that people judge me, and it's okay. I'm patient with people when I come across them, when I talk to them. People will say, I used to get phone calls, right, from the department. They'll say, hey, this gentleman wants to turn himself in, but he doesn't want no one to arrest him but you. He wants you to be the one. He doesn't want to talk to no one but you. Because people in my community understood that I was fair and I was genuine and I cared. And when I police with empathy and respect. And I always believe this, that my job is to earn the respect of the person that I'm serving, not the other way around. I never police with my ego. I got caught off guard every now and then. We all got a little big head moment, right? So not to say that that didn't happen, but I was never above being corrected, even by the people I was serving. And I think that's more a testament to my character and not necessarily me doing the job. But it's because I was willing to be patient and listen to the people I was working for, because I'm a servant of the people. People treated me differently. They're like, hey, I never had an officer who took the time to explain, never had an officer that actually listened, right? I never had an officer that wasn't quick to do this. I didn't yell at people either. If I drew my gun, I'm talking to you just like this. Sir, if you do this and do that, this is what's going to happen, right? Like, work with me. I'm a special case. I know that, but I'm not the only one. And so I think that's a really great question, man, that you asked.
Okay, that you explaining that was led into my third question. Clearly, your goal was to, as a Black person, you wanted to protect the your Black culture, your Black community. While you was on the force, do you believe that you achieved that goal? If you did not achieve that goal, but still working as a cop and didn't put nothing in place where it showed any progress that you was actually protecting your community exactly the same way, even if you had to do some underhanded stuff, like I'm quite sure you have met like white police officers, they slap their own on the wrist, Mexicans, they slap their own on the wrist. When it comes to Black people, did you protect them in a good way?
Yes, I think that's a good question. Yeah, I got a couple stories. Let me give you this one. I had and I told the story on my channel before. I was part of a burglary task force. Turned out to be really good at catching burglars, and I actually really enjoyed it. And one day, me and the crew were together. We arrested these guys, and one of the guys we arrested for breaking into a home, he was being real disrespectful. Typical, right? He's going to jail. He's yelling. He's cursing, obscene, whatever. Well, he spits on my partner's face. Right? He spat in his face, and my partner turned. I mean, well, he didn't turn around, but he caught back, and he hit him and floored him while he was in handcuffs. Right? Dropped him. And I looked at him like, bruh, and he's like, man, and he lost control. He lost control. Unfortunately, this is one of the professions where you have to have control over self. You have to have control over your emotions in this job. You just absolutely have to. Well, we picked him up off the ground, right? Yeah, the problem was solved, but now my partner just hit somebody in handcuffs. Well, guess what? We got to write it up. We got to call it in. I said, bro, listen, I can still love an officer who makes a mistake and not have to necessarily try to protect him from what he did was wrong, right? Hey, bro, you messed up, dude, right? We got to document that. We document it. We call the supervisor. They bring me in internal affairs and they're asking me questions. He didn't lie about it either. They said, hey, can you tell us what happened? I said, yeah, I was interviewing this kid, whatever. Old dude was still running his mouth. He was giving us a hard time, blah, 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 and he spit on him and he hauled off and he punched him just like that. He said, yeah, like that. I said, yeah, just like that. Right? I still respect my partner to this day. I have no ill will against him. I was mad he lost control, but I didn't try to cover up for him either. I know officers who have made bad mistakes. And I also know those same officers have done a million of great things. Unfortunately, in this profession, a lot of people don't know. It only takes one mistake to ruin your entire career. You can do amazing things your entire career, 5 years straight. You could be flawless at the job, and you make one wrong choice on purpose or by accident, and you're out of here. A wrong mistake in this job can put you 6 feet under or behind someone's jail. And what happens is, in some officers, you have some officers that make an honest mistake, or they purposely make a mistake, or they purposely break the law. And out of fear of going to jail or being held accountable, they lie and they try to cover things up. And that's not right. All right. That's not right. You have some officers that stand tall on their mistake. They take their punishment, they get fired, or they get arrested. They say, yeah, I messed up. I had another friend, he lied because he had actually took someone's wallet and he didn't turn it in like he was supposed to, right? And he lied about it and said he never had a wallet. But meanwhile, it was still inside his patrol car. So when they end up interviewing him, they found out he wasn't telling the truth. He lied, tried to cover it up. He ended up getting fired behind it, And I said to him when I spoke to him, I said, bro, why didn't you just be honest? They would have just wrote you up. You would have just probably got suspended, right? It was an honest mistake. But the fear of the consequence, and there's no justification for it. You have officers that have planted. I know officers who have planted dope, right, on suspects, black and white, who have done it in the department that I work for. The thing about policing, a lot of people don't understand is it's just like at school in the lunchroom, right? You went and sat next to the people you know, right? You didn't sit with strangers. Or everybody in the police department doesn't necessarily get along. There's cliques in the police department. You know, this is a real thing. I hung out with officers who handled business and they had integrity. No officer has ever done anything illegal around me because they knew the type of officer I was. They didn't do it. Now, I've worked with officers who've later been found out that they've done illegal things and have been arrested. I've worked alongside of officers, and this freaks me out. I want to say about 15 police officers, and I'm gonna have to pull it up one day when we're having this discussion. All in the metro Atlanta area, from the city of Atlanta to DeKalb County, where I worked at, from the sheriff's department, were all apprehended by the ATF and the feds for working for gang members, right? They were helping the gang members transport dope from one place to one place, providing protection for drug dealers, right? And these are guys I kicked doors in with, that I went in homes with, arrested people with. I didn't know they were doing those things on the side. I just didn't know. So corruption can live and exist, and you just don't know. They do not commit these crimes in front of officers that are not criminals, you know? And I think a lot of people don't know that because they don't know how the job works. And again, this does happen. And they arrested all 15 of those officers. And these are people that I knew and that I worked with. And it was disappointing and it was sad. At the same time, I said, good riddance. We don't need people like that. And because of that action that they did has now made my job 10 times harder, because that's all on the news. Now, the very next day I pull somebody over. Hey, you one of these corrupt cops that just locked up? Did they get everybody? Did they get all of y'all? I say, hey, man, that's not how I operate. Right? That's not how I operate. I had a good friend of mine. He worked for the narcotics unit. He actually was doing an investigation of an armed robbery of a gas station. This freaking idiot, you know what he did? He thought he disabled all the cameras, right? Or the cameras were disabled from the robbery. He stole like a whole roll of what do you call those scratch off things? Lottery tickets. He stole a whole black officer, stole lottery tickets. And they had him on camera the entire time, you know, and so again, these things happen. And so I'm not for corrupt officers. And there are a lot of officers that are not for corrupt officers. Even in the Breonna Taylor case, there was a situation where you had officers who were speaking out against what happened. The news doesn't cover it. I haven't been in a situation where I had to turn somebody in for doing criminal activity as a police officer. Me, myself, no. I've never had an officer commit a crime in front of me because I just didn't associate with officers like that. Also, I have checked officers on numerous occasions for being unprofessional, white and black and Asian, and being disrespectful, unprofessional to citizens, white, black, and all citizens. I've had an officer one time getting ready to write a woman 6 citations and tow her vehicle. And she had 3 kids in the back. And this was a black officer. And when I pulled up on him, I said, what are you doing? All right, what are you doing? I said, nah, not today. Right? Not today. Ma'am, have a nice day. Get that taken care of. This warning ticket is good for about a good week. You need to handle your business. Do not drive that car back. She was 5 minutes from her house. I had another person, young man, I stopped. He had a warrant out of South Georgia for a seatbelt ticket, right? A seatbelt ticket, a $15 ticket. They wanted me to arrest him, send him to jail, and so he can go all the way back to South Georgia, right? A seatbelt ticket, brother. You know what I did for him? I called South Georgia Police Department. I said, hey, man, y'all want him for $15? They said, yes, send him down here. 3-hour drive. He was coming from Florida and got pulled over, and they wrote him a ticket, right? You know, one of those things. I said, hey, can we work something out? I said, can he pay you guys over the phone and also cover the fine right now, and y'all can drop the warrant? They're like, yeah, sure, not a problem. Huh? This is what we can do, right? I did it. I had another gentleman that I stopped one time. He had a mason jar full of marijuana. Pulled him over. I smelled it. I said, cuckoo, ka-choo. I know it's in there, brother, right? Give it up. Give it up. He said, man, officer, right? I said, listen, man, do you got it in there? He said, yeah, he was cooperative. He said, look, man, I'm only doing this because I'm trying to make a little money, make a little extra money for my family. I said, I respect that. I said, bro, that's too much dope, man. I gotta take you in. He had a felony amount of marijuana. That's a felony, right? But I have to weigh it. I got to weigh the drugs to charge him for a felony. It has to be more than an ounce, right? It has to be more than 28 grams. Now, the brother was cooperative. He was respectful. He didn't give me any problems. He almost put the handcuffs on himself. We go down to the jail. What did he tell me? He said, man, I got to work tomorrow. I got kids at home. He was on his way home. He had just bought the dope from his dealer. All right. And even divided up, they measure nothing. I said, cool, man. I said, listen, brother, you were so, I understand your situation. I appreciate your cooperation. And even in this moment, you showed me the utmost respect as an officer, as a black officer. You know what I did? I gave him an SOR. You familiar with that term? For anybody who doesn't know, what I gave him was a signature bond, right? Be signed out on his own recognizant is what it stands for. SOR, meaning that you don't have to pay anything. What did I charge him with? I charged him with possession of marijuana. Just plain out possession of marijuana was a misdemeanor, right? I can give all these gems now that I'm not working. Folks will come back and be like, hold on, right? I charged him with misdemeanor amount of marijuana. Now, if I would have waited, right? Who knows? I don't know how much. Yeah, well, we don't know. I don't know, right? For the record, I don't know. You feel me?
Right.
I don't know what it looked. Maybe, who knows, right? If I eyeball it, who knows? But we know what it is. Okay? We know what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never waited. Some said maybe I didn't wait on purpose. Some say, who knows? I don't remember. I can't recall. What did my supervisor say to me? He said, Daley, he had all that dope and you charge him with a misdemeanor? I said, sir, it's just possession of marijuana. He said, did you weigh it? I said, no, I didn't weigh it. I said, I forgot. Right? So I don't know how much it was or how much it weighed. I don't know. The reality was I gave him a misdemeanor. I still had to take him to jail. There was no way around that. It was too much drugs. He still went to jail. He got charged with possession of marijuana. He got a chance to sign himself out, right? The man signed himself out of jail before I made it back to the police precinct. That is the power of having people who look like us, right? In the profession. We get a chance to show some grace. Show grace. I'm not the only officer that has shown grace to the to our own community. I'm not the only one. Yes, there are some officers with some bad egos. Absolutely true, right? But at the end of the day, and here's the kicker. I know white officers that show grace too, right? A bad cop is a bad cop. Doesn't matter what you look like, But to your point, and here's another thing too. A lot of people don't know. I could arrest people for robbery, and we're on the way to the jail. I'm praying for them on the way to the jail. We're having conversations on the way to the jail. And I always tell, especially these young men, and I think this is a good point to what you said earlier. Are you good, brother? This is a good point to what you said earlier, is that I would always tell these young men that these incidents or this crime or this offense does not define you as a person. Don't let this situation define you, right? And I always tell them that because it's easy for us to think that jail or prison is supposed to be the answer or the way that's going to correct us. It's our responsibility to correct ourselves, right? And I would say this, unfortunately, I have mentored, whether in handcuffs or out of handcuffs, men and women from our community. Some have listened and some have not. I've held the body of people that I had arrested years before. I've arrested juveniles and later find out they were killed on the street. I've stood over people that I've arrested as a juvenile as they were taking their last breath, right? I've also recently, I still get calls from cases that I made years ago about suspects that I've arrested as kids who are now doing life in prison. It started off as kicking in doors. Then it's actually holding up grocery stores, liquor stores, right? I know kids right now that I've arrested that are doing life in prison for murder, aggravated assault, you know? So it pains me because I have mentored a lot. I have sat down with a lot. I've done a lot of community policing, and I know it does work, but it doesn't work for everybody. And I think that is the sad part of the job, when you see and remember somebody that you used to run and chase at. It used to be cute chasing after these kids, you know, knock them over the head, put them in handcuffs, take them to the jail. And then to find out 5 years from now, they got shot because they went in somebody's home, you know, or they held up a liquor store and, you know, shot somebody. And now they're doing life in prison along with the 3 people who joined them. And as you know, and the way this world works, you don't ever have to pull the trigger to be charged with murder as well. And this is why we have so many of our young men and women who are in prison, though they may not have pulled the trigger, they participated in the trigger pulling, and therefore they are themselves are dealing with the consequences of someone's actions, unfortunately.
And you covered a lot on that one. Okay, let's get to the nitty-gritty stuff.
Yes, sir. Before you dive into that, let me hit these super chats real quick. Because I know I could be long-winded than a mother. So again, shout out again to Millennial Mark with that 100, that drop right there, sponsoring the stream. Had a recap on that one. Shout out to Luke Hazley with the amazing super sticker there. Thank you so much, Luke Hazley. She's always supporting the background. She's also a member of the channel. Thank you so much. Daughter of Y'all, that's my champ right there. One of my day ones right there. Shout out to you, sis. I appreciate that super sticker. Again, Millennial Mark, the super sponsor here. He says, I respect Jay Prince for coming up for this conversation. I've seen you on other streams, my brother. Much respect to you. Hope you guys stay up a little longer. I would love to come up if this will turn into an open panel. Absolutely. I'm going to have people come up. I don't know how long I get to have Jay. His brother's a busy man, but I'm going to try to keep him as long as I can. Shout out again to you, Millennial Mark. Thank you so much, brother, for dropping buckets right here. I really appreciate it. Lucchese, again, she says, police departments should do a better job of matching the officers with their strengths. That is so true. That is so true. That is very, very true. If a cop is known for socializing positive interactions, they should be placed in areas that require that skill. Absolutely. Absolutely agree with that. I'm about to come back to that, Lucchese. Thank you. That is a great, great statement. Kevin C said, what percentage of race is a factor in making an officer? That's a good question, brother. I don't blame, it's not necessarily the percentage is a problem. It's the way these departments are actually going about picking people to do the job. It's too easy to become a cop. Everybody and their mama signing up and they're giving them a badge, and that's the problem. It needs to be more scrutinized heavily. And that's how we weed out a lot of these problems. People bring up often to me about the KKK being in the policing. Yes, there's racists, there's pedophiles, there's anything you want to name it. They are in the police force. Absolutely. And the way you weed them out is you have more stringent application processes. You vet them. The academy and all that needs to be way longer than it is. It shouldn't be 3 weeks and get a badge and a gun. That's the problem, right? Let's just be real. That's a great question. Shout out to my homie Dre. He said, once an officer is found to have lied, they can no longer testify on any case. Yep. So you can no longer be a police officer. And the problem with a lot of police departments, there's some departments that allow these officers who violate or practice misconduct to stay on the force, right? And that is one of the biggest problems that we have that need to be addressed. And honestly, I think is one of the larger issues just in general. We don't have good accountability practices consistently across for all police departments. Too many officers are getting away with too much. So let me pass the torch on to you, Jay Prince. Let's get into the meats and potatoes of this.
Okay, then I have one more question to ask.
Go ahead, brother.
You know, they got something called a blue code.
Yes, sir.
And with that blue code is certain officers. You touched on a few of it, a little bit of it earlier. With certain officers, they do stuff that's kind of against the law, against the policy of being a cop, and stuff like that. And first, I want to say, I believe that if you are anything of law enforcement, I think that the onus on you to uphold the law more than the civilians, because you practice the law.
Correct.
So with that being said, you sound like a man of integrity, honest, and stuff like that. With this telling on other cops, even though you're not with it, you kind of with it, because we got to agree that policing started off rotten. We can't reform something that was already built rotten.
Okay.
It was already rotten when it first started. They had ill intentions.
Okay.
Out the gate since 1619.
From
because that's when the first black man got killed from a cop in 1619 on the first slave boat named Dutch Man of War.
All right, let's do it.
Oh,
brother did his all right. Brother came with the research.
Yeah, I came up with some receipts.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, that was the first. And then, and with that being said, how they started is how they finish.
Okay.
So they started off wrong, and we in 2022 and still having the same things as back in 1619. So when a lot of stuff that you probably see other cops do, you probably didn't participate, or you probably did. You very transparent. You already said that it's some stuff that you probably did wrong and stuff like that. So have you seen or did anything that could have went against that blue code?
All right, let's talk about the blue code, and let's talk about it. Let me break it down as to what it is. They call the blue code blue wall of silence.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at it like this. I think this is a good way to explain it, because I haven't talked about it really on the channel. I think this is a great way to talk about it. Policing is like a cult, almost. One would argue like a gang, right? It is like a gang. Or one would say there's one version of policing that's like a gang, and there's another version that's like a family, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we look at it like that, let's look at it like that, and we're gonna dive into, because I'm taking some notes down on some of the things you said. Someone said a guild. I got to look up the whole definition of a guild, but I like that word though. But there's what people don't see, that there is a healthy side of policing, and then there is an unhealthy side. Just like in the Black community, we have a healthy side and we have an unhealthy side. And it's all based on the mentality, the mindset, right? The mindset, because the mindset, then you have the behavior, right? As you think it, so shall you be, in a sense, right? So follow me with this. A family versus a gang. And what happens in policing is you get into policing, you decide what side you're going to fall on, right? There is an extreme group. That's the cult side of policing. That's the cult side. And I'm going to describe to you the mentality of people who think like that. Because I think, one, I've never heard anybody break it down. I'm going to break it down here. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because I've seen it. I've witnessed the mentality, and I've witnessed the shift, right? Within an individual who started off very humble, started off very, very helpful, respectful, and then they've fallen to the power, and they've fallen into the dark side of policing. There is a dark side to it. Absolutely true. But we cannot ignore the fact that there's also another side to that stays true, because it's that good side that ends up holding the bad side accountable. When you see these police officers being put in handcuffs because they violated people's the rights, their constitutional rights, or they've been doing something criminal. It's officers that end up arresting that officer or those officers. Again, so it's not so corrupt in a sense to where it's not unchecked. Corruption's hard to find. It's hard to unveil. It's hard to uncover, and then it has to be proven, right? Training Day is a perfect example of officers being held accountable, but they were operating undercover. They were operating away from people who can hold them accountable. Because if you put the right people in position of power, they can maintain a level of corruption and it can go unchecked. It's called plausible deniability. When a person who's a supervisor does not know what's going on underneath them, you can't prove they knew, you can't hold them accountable. And what happens in a police department, you can have 2 or more people get together and say they're going to break the law together, right? But if only us 3 are keeping the secret, no one else knows about it, right? If I have one supervisor that's going to keep the secret with me, then we can operate with impunity and no one will know about it. The problem with policing is that we have too much unchecked power where the citizens have no access to how the power is being used. That is the first problem and probably the biggest problem, because there's no transparency through the citizens, they can't tell how the power is actually being used and how it's being governed. Now, here's the blue wall. I do believe in the blue wall. I don't believe in the blue wall of silence, right? The blue wall is the fraternity side of policing. It is, hey, we are a family, right? We are respecting to each other. We are loyal to each other, but we are not going to allow each other to fall, slip, or cover for someone's criminal activities or behavior. That's not okay. We don't condone that. Absolutely do not condone that. But here's what I tell people. My oath is to the people. That's who I swore my oath to. That's who I'm loyal to. My allegiance is to my fellow officers, right? That is very true. Here's what it looks like. Here's what it looks like. You have some officers who operate on a very toxic level, and they manipulate the idea of the blue wall. They're no longer looking at it from a family. They're looking at it from a private, individual, self-servient perspective. And I'm going to tell you what happens with people who look like this. It's no longer me serving you. You are here to serve me and my ego, right? They technically flip the whole thing upside down. They then separate themselves from the people that they are serving, right? This is what ends up happening. Their ego, their desire for power and money, attention, loyalty, fame, right? They become addicted to the most sinful things in the profession. They get addicted to it. Power feels good. It feels really good. And if you can't handle it, which a lot of people cannot, what they never teach us in law enforcement is how to handle power. This is why you give somebody a little money, they start acting funny, right? Somebody who got a little money, they act brand new, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So power is the same way, right? Not every human was designed to wield power. They don't teach you how to wield it. They don't teach you what it looks like. What ends up happening is this. Every officer, right? Every officer should work hard to earn the respect of the person that they are serving. That's the problem. That's the problem. What has happened with some officers? They fall into the dark side. When I started policing, I learned it right away really quickly. I'm a very humble person. So the power doesn't mean anything to me. It means nothing. It means nothing. Is it better, right, for a person to fear you or to respect you? I prefer respect. Because even if you don't like me, you're still going to treat me different because you respect me. But fear is something different. And a lot of officers who are unable to gain respect, they use fear in exchange for it. That's the problem. The problem with law enforcement as a whole is that people who are not respectable people put the uniform on, right? And they walk around making people respect them. The problem with law enforcement is this is the type of job where you can wear a uniform and people show you respect even though you're not a respectable person. You're not a person that deserves respect, yet the uniform commands it. That's the problem. That's the biggest issue with law enforcement. I could put a uniform on right now. I could be a shitty person, but this uniform commands you to respect me no matter what or who I am or how I think. It doesn't matter. That's the problem. That's the part that has to be eliminated. That's the part, right? I used to I felt it one day. I was a little celebrity in my community, right? A little chocolate boy, you know, and I had hair back then. You know, I was slim. I was about 160. Couldn't tell me nothing, right? The ladies love me, right? All the ladies in the community, right? Like we call them badge bunnies, right? They like to jump from badge to badge. I had the gun. I was feeling good. What happens when I walk around in the community? I'm getting out, walking around. I'm going to businesses. People submit to me automatically. That's power. You know what they taught me in the academy? Nobody puts their hand on your uniform. If someone touches you, they go to jail. This is ego, right? This is feeding ego all day. I walked around. You don't put your hands on an officer's uniform. Hey, you don't get too close. If you get too close, you're getting smacked. This is how we were taught, right? So again, teach that to someone who's never been respected in their life. Never been respected. This is the type of job where an officer should work to earn the respect of the person they're talking to. Every time I meet a new citizen, it's my job to earn your respect, not your job to respect me, if that makes sense. And I think that is the problem with policing. Unearned respect. We're giving respect to people who never earned it. You never earned it. And you're not worthy of respect to begin with. Yet you have the uniform on and it commands respect. That's the biggest problem, Jay Prince. And so what ends up happening, you have officers, people, right, who start to feed their ego and they start to branch off and they go off into the dark side of policing. Now they create their own subgroup. They start to practice in ways that's counterproductive to what the other ones, the original purpose of the job is to serve, protect, right? Enforce the law. Now it's about them, how they feel and how they want to be treated. And again, that's what happens. So what happens in that group? That group starts to protect each other. They start to protect themselves from even other officers, right? We've had officers be killed by other police officers, right? Because there's a faction, there's a split inside policing. And if you just so happen to be connected with the right people on that side of the fence, your actions can be protected. They can be overlooked, right? They can be overlooked. That's what we call corruption. And so, again, it is true. It does exist. There's a dark side to policing. It's not in every police department. Some police departments have it really bad. Some police departments are so corrupt, it's like a cancer. It's malignant all throughout the department. We've seen these back in the day with Chicago. We've seen this in California. We've seen this in New York, right? New York has been big for it. They were robbing drug dealers. Louisiana, they robbing drug dealers, right? They're making their own money. They're breaking the law and they're padding their pockets. They're being paid off. This is true. But there are also officers that are not being paid off, that cannot be paid off, that they don't have a price. You know, unfortunately, we only talk about the bad. We never highlight the good, right? This is equivalent to the Black community. We know this all too often. South Florida, shout out to South Florida. They got some corruption down there too, right? And corruption comes in Black, white, Hispanic, and Asian, right? It's greed. A lot of it is money generated. And let me tell you about the mentality, because I never shared this with anybody. I'm going to share it with you. I think this is a good open moment right here. This is why you have officers that end up protecting bad officers. I'm going to tell you what the mentality is like. And it's a sad reality, and I figured this out a long time ago. This is a moment of truth right here. All right, brace yourself, Jay Prince, because this is going to be this is going to hurt a little bit, but this is the truth. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. If you were in a game And the game is like Saw. You know Saw, the movie, that crazy ass movie, Saw. All right.
Yeah.
All right. You're in this game show. You have you and your kids with you, right? Hypothetical. God forbid we don't want none of this to happen, but this is a hypothetical question. You're in a game show. You have your kids with you and your wife.
Mm-hmm.
You have two doors, door 1 and door 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Two men come out of the door, and the host of the show says to you that the man over in front of door 1 is a murderer. He murdered somebody. He murdered kids, right? He murdered 3 kids and a dog, right? Some people love dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the man on door 2, right? What did he do? He stole a bunch of money from some people and didn't pay them back. They say, Jay Prince, there's a bomb that's going to go off in this room in 15 minutes. You have a decision to make. Your freedom, your safety, and your family safety depends on this answer. You have to take the life of one person to gain your freedom, right? Your freedom. Do you take the life of the murderer, or do you take the life of the thief?
If the bomb is inside the
bomb's inside the room. If you don't make a decision in
room 2, right?
Minutes, everybody's gone.
Yeah, in room 2.
Well, the suspect 1 is the murderer.
In room 2 is the one that stole, well, didn't pay somebody money back, but he got the bomb in his room.
No, the bomb is connected to everything. If you don't make a decision, everybody dies, right? You have to make a choice, right? You have to make a choice. If you don't make a choice in 15 minutes, everybody loses, you and your family included, right? You have to choose. Do you take the life of the murderer, or do you take the life of the thief?
Well, most people want to take the lives of the murderer.
No, not most people. I'm asking you, Jay Prince.
See, I it's kind of harder for me to answer that question because if I'm in this type of field where I would need murderers on my side, that would be somebody I would have to. But
no, I know. I'm just saying in that moment. It's in
that moment I would take out the murderer.
You'll take out the murderer. All right. You'll take out the murderer. And I agree with you. I would too. Right?
Yeah.
I would too. Why would you take out the murderer?
Because he's killing people. He's taking out people.
Okay. All right. Shout out to Kevin C. The moral dilemma. The moral dilemma. Absolutely. Someone said, "How's this even a question?" I'm getting to it. What I just showed you is the moral dilemma. What officers put themselves in. Officers put themselves into a moral dilemma by choice, right? By choice. What I'm about to examine and explain to you is how a corrupt officer can think and how a corrupt officer can justify their behavior. How do officers think when they do wrong? This is what they look at. You have to disassociate yourself with the people you're serving. You have to separate yourself, right, from society. And you have to make it about you. You have to, in that moment, be completely selfish. You start the job being selfless, right? Willing to die for someone else. Now it's, I'm willing to let them die so that I can survive. It's a shift. It's a complete shift. When you have an officer who's no longer willing to die for the job, they then start to look at the job saying, I'll allow this person to die so that I can survive. What does that look like in policing? This is what happens. You have an officer, right? You have an officer who pulls somebody over. She mistakes her gun for the taser, right? And she shoots and kills the suspect. The suspect was just resisting arrest. He had no weapons. He should have never been shot. He should be alive today, right? This is a real case. This is Dante Wright.
In Minnesota.
Yes, sir. Right? What happened? There were officers that were lying for her to protect her. Right? They were willing to lie and compromise themselves to protect her. How did they justify it? How do they justify it in their minds? Right? They then become criminal in nature because they're going against the badge, they're going against their oath, they're going against everything they stand for to protect one of their own. This is the dark side of policing, and it happens very quickly. What are they thinking about? Let me tell you how they justify it. This is what they say. Dante Wright, or this subject, he had a warrant. He had a warrant. He lived his whole life, right? Not Dante Wright, but just this fictitious person we're talking about. He lived his whole life committing crimes, right? He's been arrested 10 times. He's robbed a bank. He's sexually assaulted somebody. He's kicked in doors. He almost killed someone. So they're looking at this person's lifestyle, and they're saying to themselves, I made an honest mistake and accidentally broke the law dealing with this person who's a scumbag. This is how they think, right? Now, I, an officer, my whole life, I have a family. I've done good my whole life. I've sacrificed for this job. I've done nothing wrong. I made one mistake. This mistake will put me in prison for the rest of my life. Now, your supervisor, your coworkers, they say, hold on, this guy's a criminal. He's a shitbag. You mean to tell me you accidentally shot him? Okay. Hey, listen. Should that officer have to be held accountable because he accidentally killed someone who was a menace to their own community? Should I then sacrifice my family? Should I then go to prison for the rest of my life for an honest mistake, though I've done everything right my entire life? I've saved my money. I built up my family, right? I did everything right. I've served the same community. I took a bullet for somebody, right? I protected kids, white, black, Asian, Hispanic. It doesn't matter. I'm a man of integrity. I'm a good man. Should I have to go to prison for the rest of my life because of him? Because he was committing a crime, and the moment I tried to stop him, my gun accidentally went off and killed him. Should I have to be held accountable for that? And you know what happens? You have other officers who get sympathetic. They understand the job. They understand how difficult the job is. They start to relate and say, damn, what if that was me? Is it fair? Right? They start talking about a life of fairness. Is it fair? The liability in this job is through the roof. It's high. The liability is high. Now, this officer, made an innocent mistake. The mistake, though, caused someone to die. Now, if you have officers who have a corrupt sense of moral obligation, what do? They then say, hey, let's try to justify this. Hey, let's try to see if we can make it seem like he did this. Hey, put a gun right there. Hey, put a knife right there and say they drew a knife on you, because that way we can protect you. These officers convince themselves that they are now protecting this bad officer, right? Instead of protecting the code and the ethics and the integrity that they're supposed to be standing on. That is what happens in the minds of officers when these things happen. That's from an officer who makes an honest mistake. Could you imagine now we talk about an officer that intentionally decided to do it? They intentionally decided to use abuse of power, abuse of force, right? And then they justify it because they say that person's a criminal. They've been a criminal their whole life. Who cares? They mean nothing. They're a menace to their community. They're a menace to society. They're in and out of jail. Who's going to miss them? People are going to miss me. Who's going to miss them? They've already had their opportunity in life. Why should we coddle somebody who cannot get along in society? They've already proven that they cannot live and be rehabilitated, right? And so they move with that mentality and they act off of that, right? And it's wrong. But I'm telling you how the psychosis is, how they get warped, how they warp their logic, how they justify becoming corrupt. This is how they justify it. You have officers who are getting paid to work with drug dealers because they say, well, my job doesn't pay me enough, right?
But they get paid like $40,000 a year.
Right. And that's not justification to break the law. So what are we looking at? We're looking at people who are corruptible. We're looking at people who don't have the mental fortitude to do the job. They don't have the willpower, the strength, or the confidence to persevere, right? This is not a job for everybody. But and I'm not justifying their behavior. I'm saying this is how they, in their mind, justify bad behavior. And all they need to do is galvanize people who think like them in order to make it possible. And this is why we have the problems that we have.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question on that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, as you was talking, there was a lot of questions that was popping up in my mind. With that scenario that you just gave, let's say Derek Chauvin come in my house for a warning and stuff, but he don't identify as a police.
Right.
And let's just say I've been an upstanding citizen, never had a record, took care of my community, everything of that nature, work a job, take care of my family, never, and he come in my house, I'm waking up out of my sleep, he never announced that he was a cop, and I shot him and killed him.
Yes.
Should I go to prison for that?
Yes, the person who shot the person, the officer. You talking about the officer?
Yeah, right. If the officer walked in my house,
yep, and you
because you explaining to these officers about these officers like they human, they make human mistakes.
Yes,
and because I was going to ask you, because you're very transparent, you honest, so I'm asking you because you're not working in the field no longer. Right. So I was going to ask you, like, been around all that corruption. Like, I work in the healthcare field. The first year or two, you on code, you going by the book. You're gonna do everything by the book. And a lot of times when I see like officers and stuff like that talk about the force, they like to bring up all the positive stuff and the positive stuff that they have done. So they want, to get people to understand them. True. And kind of like them and make them feel, make them more acceptable. Right. But we don't talk about all the negative stuff that they have done. So I want to ask you.
Yeah, let me.
That corruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have done things like I've allowed my ego to get in the way. Right. I've looked for an extra charge to charge somebody with. It was legal, but it was unnecessary. I've never broken the law while performing my job. What I have done, I've been extra, right? I've allowed my ego to speak out and say things. I've cursed people out before. I've disrespected people before, and I've challenged people inappropriately. I've never used excessive force. I'm trying to think what have I done was the most egregious. I pistol whipped somebody, and that's against policy. I hit somebody over the head with my gun. But because the circumstances, they justified it. I could tell that story a little later in the stream. But a lot of the issues that I've had, I've been caught because people have pushed me to push my buttons, pushed me over the limit. I've wrongfully accused people of things they didn't commit because I didn't know. I blew up on people because, they blew up on me. I've lost my cool before. And, I started policing when I was 21 years old. I was too young to be a cop. I can honestly admit that. I was way too young. No cop should be in their damn 20s, at least mid-20s. You're not mature enough, right? By the grace of God, I just had some good sense about me that kept me strong. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't fall to temptation like I've seen officers fall to temptation. I've been around a lot of money. I've been around a lot of drugs. I told myself, and here's what kept me in check. I'm gonna be completely honest. I told myself that I would never. I said, the day I make the news, I'm gonna quit working. And I made the news, right? I was dragged down the interstate. I made the news. And but I meant make the news for something bad. I never wanted to embarrass my family. That's what always kept me in check, because I saw officers get arrested and I saw their faces get plastered on the news. dude, I would never take that walk of shame. That honestly has been in the back of my mind. I've had people offer me money. I never took it. I've been around probably almost $100-something thousand in a dope house. Let me tell you what happened. Let me give you a quick little story about this. Me and my partner, a house alarm goes off, right? Building alarm goes off. And this apartment is townhome. We go there, the windows crack, so we think somebody's inside, right? We go in, we're allowed to go in without a warrant to go check and make sure it's safe. We go in, we're checking around. I smell the dope, he smells the dope. Not a big deal. After checking, the house is empty. There is a duffel bag full of cash, undisclosed amount. To this day, I can't remember how much it was, but it was over 100K. And there was bricks of marijuana that were underneath the thing, underneath the like a coffee table. You can see it in plain sight. They were like seven cell phones, flip phones, 7 flip phones on top of a desk. I was like, wow, this is a drug. This is a drug house, right? Nobody's there. The alarm company calls us and says, hey, the homeowner wants to know if the police showed up and if the house is okay. I was like, okay, yeah, obviously he knows, right? He don't want the police here. I said, tell him that the place is secured and we're gone, right? I called narcotics up. I said, this is what we got. We leave, move our cars, and we stay inside the house, right? We stay inside the house. We hunker down, stay in the house. He shows up, cuckoo, cuckoo. Guess who? Police are still here, right? Sir, hands up, right? Guns out, hands up. We get him, handcuff him. We call narcotics. Narcotics shows up. Let me tell you how crazy this was. Narcotics shows up. They're in their mask and all that stuff. They look like little ninjas. And they collect everything. Find out there was some coke in the cabinets and stuff. Men had all kind of stuff, right? A week later, they called me in the office and they're like, hey, man, that was a good bust. Guess what happened with that case? I said, yeah. What happened with that? They said, man, he had almost $100-something thousand in there. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, but guess what? I said, what? Come to find out, he had just made a drop with a DEA, right? The Drug Enforcement Agency was a DEA agent that was making the drop with them. And they actually gave him the cash so they can trace their actual, their organization. They wanted to know where the cash was going so they can track the numbers, right? So in that moment, right, this guy was being watched by the feds the entire time. I did not know because, we're low man on the totem pole. They don't tell us these things. So this entire time, in that moment, I left the office. I was like, damn, the DEA were watching him. He didn't even know it, right? He had just did a deal with the DEA. So all that cash was Fed money, right? Mm-hmm. Check this out. In that moment, I said to myself, what if I would have took some of that money? What if me and him, it was just us in there. Neither one of us looked at each other in that moment and said, hey, let's skim a little bit off the top. Who's going to believe the drug dealer, right? What are you going to say? Hey, the officers took my money along with my coke and marijuana? No, right? And that's why officers end up robbing drug dealers. What are you going to report that? So drug dealers get robbed all the time and they call us and I show up. I'm like, so they didn't take that watch you got. That watch, like, it's about $1,000, sir. They just didn't do nothing. Yeah. I'm like, all right. They took the coat. Man, they got my stuff, bro. Right. So they hit you with that. So yeah. I said, bro, I can't write you no report for that, right? So drug dealers get robbed all the time, and it's crazy. But in this situation, I laughed on the inside. I was like, damn, what if I had took some of that money? The feds know how much money is supposed to be in there. They gave it to him, right? They gave it to him. My partner that day didn't say nothing about the money. I didn't say nothing about the money. There was no, hey man, what you think about, just a couple stacks ain't gonna hurt nobody. We never had a conversation like that inside this house with just us. At the same time, we don't know if there were cameras inside there either, right? We didn't know, but none of us brought that up. We walked out of there, sealed the case, got the drugs, got the dope. The money was never touched. Right? That money was being marked. It was marked by the feds. If I would have took that money that day, just even a slither of it, I'd be in prison right now. I'd probably just be getting out. Right? Just be getting out.
And I want to ask you something. Like, you guys spoke something about, you said it's more corruption in Chicago, New York, California. Technically, where all the bigger cities at, where there's more crime, typically more blacks. Not saying always.
Not just that. These are the founding police departments of this nation.
The founding police.
Yes, I've seen and heard the worst stuff from these founding, right? And I gotta say it, I gotta keep it real. You know, because listen, you know, I have to work with these guys too now, right? With my nonprofit and organization I'm doing, I still have to work with these guys. But listen, a spade is a spade. It is what it is. Like no one can pretend like these cats aren't having corrupt issues. But it's long history of corruption. It's families and family. You got families. My granddad was chief, and my uncle was a captain, and now I'm a cop, right? Just how you have a history of people in military, and what happens? You end up maintaining this connection with, you know, you get to. It's just like in our community, right? If we you know, if we in the hood, you got someone who got some cred because you know, that's Pookie cousin, right?
So my uncle was the big time dealer.
That's right. And so you already have cred just off of somebody else's dirt that they did, right? And guess what? Now you're a part of this. You have a lineage now of this corrupt history. You're part of your uncle's corruption because now they want to bring you in and be like, hey, well, you know, uncle, he was doing this. He give us 10% of whatever he shake down off these boys on the corner. And now you fall into that, right? So I say that to say, to your point, you're absolutely correct. You see a lot of these bigger problems where there's a history of families who've been involved in corruption. They've been tied to a lot of mafia gangs up north. You know, you got, I mean, we know all the little gangs, and I'm not gonna name them, we're gonna miss one. But to your point, you're absolutely correct. But that does not mean that the entire department, though, right? So I just want to clarify.
If you rather give a percentage of the corruption, like, because my city is Milwaukee, right down like 40 minutes from Chicago,
right?
And it's the same. Milwaukee's like a miniature Chicago. That's what it is. And if you had to put a percentage on you very transparent. I'm gonna need you to be
I'm gonna keep it real. No. I'm gonna keep it real. You don't gotta give me disclaimers. I always keep it real now. I'm a realist.
Okay. Would you say what will be the percentage compared to the cops that's not corrupted, all the way corrupted, compared to the one, especially in those cities? I can understand like a decent city, you know, it might be more good cops. But in those major cities,
the problem, I say you're going to have more of a problem the bigger the department is where you're going to have a bigger problem, because it's like anything. If you have a large network, it's hard to maintain, right? You have this giant tree, all these branches. You can't tell what's going on because it segues out so much. It webs out so much. It's hard to maintain control. I will say this: there's two things when it comes to corruption. It's what you can't see. It's not necessarily what's too big. It's what you can't see. Corruption is easy to fix, but you have to be able to see it, right? You can have the best quality officers and supervisors, but if they don't know, they can't deal with what they don't know. Not only that, corruption works a multitude of ways. Corruption could be as small as an officer lying about something, right? As much as an officer doing hit jobs for gang members, or an officer following the orders of a politician, right? So again, we have to make sure we put corruption in context. So, and I say that because a lot of people don't really understand the nuance of corruption. You have officers who don't think they're corrupt because they're stealing from drug dealers, right? They still do a good job. They still do 911 calls. They help people out, but they might skim a little off the top, right? They're like, I'm robbing drug dealers. Who cares?
And they really ain't getting paid that much, so might as well, you know.
But there's no justification for it, right? You can't. I don't care how much you get paid. Do something else, right? And because once you start to do that, it's like a gateway crime as a cop,
right?
You know what I mean? It opens the door to some other stuff. So I would say, my personal opinion, I don't know, but I'm gonna give you my own personal take on it. The reason why I say I don't know is because there's different types of corruption. There's things that we'll never know. I've seen political corruption influence police departments, right? I've seen it often. political corruption that influence police departments isn't necessarily the police doing anything illegal, right? It's more like, hey, we need you to do this over here in this area, or we need you to stop doing this over here in this area because too much reported crime is not good for businesses to come in and do this and do that, right? Or I want to look like I've lowered crime, so we need you to stop making arrests for robberies and shopliftings because I want it to look good on my political ticket to say I did something. That is political corruption, right? So there's different layers to it. And it's like, if you don't do what I ask you to do, police chief, then I'm going to fire you. And I'm going to get someone who's willing to kiss my ass, right? That's political corruption. So you can be a good officer who wants to do right, but you're an appointed position, and you decide you want to stand up for something that's wrong, and they'll fire you. And you know who that happened to recently? The Atlanta police chief, the white woman during the Rayshard Brooks. She was standing up and saying, hey, mayor, what you're doing or what you're trying to do is not correct, and it's against the law. And they made her do it anyways, and so she quit. And you know what ended up happening? The same officer who shot Rayshard Brooks, he got his job back. And a lot of people don't know that. And a lot of people don't understand why, because he did not break the law, right? And I think the problem is sometimes we end up making moral arguments and not legal arguments. The law and how we personally feel are two totally different things. And sometimes we make arguments based on how we feel and not arguments based on what the law allows us to do. We might not think it's right. Sometimes I agree, but the law is what the law is. And so my personal opinion, not knowing, we'll touch on that. My personal opinion, I say personally that 20% of the police force in this country aren't worth a damn. That's my personal, wherever they fall on that spectrum, I don't know the percentage. I say that 20% don't need to be doing the job. That's my personal opinion. There is approximately 700,000 police officers in this country that work. I say 20% aren't worth a damn. Now, wherever they fall based on not working hard enough or stealing from drug dealers or just corruption in general, all across, racist, whatever you want to call it, the few that's KKK that are in there, white supremacists, all of them, 20%. All across the board, I don't care where you fall, you don't belong in the job. I say 20%, easy. I can stand on that.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you another question then.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Are you tired of me asking you
no,
all
sir.
of these questions?
Nope, no, sir.
Okay. Because I got something in my city. The KKK be having rallies at the state fair.
Okay.
I remembered a few cops that I felt like I was getting mistreated by.
Okay.
And but they was in these rallies. Would you agree that a lot of Klan's members participate in the law enforcement and in the court justice system, period?
Absolutely. That's a fact. That's a fact. So the question then, though, is and to me, that's the wrong question to ask. The right question to ask is, what can Black people do about it?
Nothing.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. This is why I say the only power we have as a people is a power, right? The power that we give other people. That's the only power we have. We've given our power away. This is why I said it's dangerous when people insult and disrespect people who do a job that we are not ourselves doing, right? Mm-hmm. I said it before, people will call me a slave catcher. People will call me a sellout. They'll call me a coon. Some people call me a pig, right? Mm-hmm. The reality is we are discouraging our own people out of positions of power because we want to do what we want to do. Because of the history, I get it. I'm not dismissing the history. I'm not dismissing bad officers. No point in time do I ever hear the Black community say, hey, you guys, the white officers are treating us bad. Let's put more Black officers in there to help balance it out. Let's put the Black people that we groom up to be police officers, to be lawyers, to be judges. Our people, we don't want to do the job. What did racist people say? Right? The racist people say, hey, this job got a lot of damn power in it. Get Boomhauer and get Timmy, who are in the cloak with the mask on. Hey, y'all getting there, right? Because I got a felony on my record. Hey, how about y'all getting there and fixing and check these Negros, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did they understand that black people don't get? Put yourself in position of power to control the narrative. It's just that simple. If the question is, the government, the FBI did an investigation, said, hey, there are KKK members who've infiltrated law enforcement. It's true. There's also drug dealers. There's gang members. I just explained to you about the gang members, and these were all black men who were part of. They were repping gangster disciples and some other gang members or whatever. They're in law enforcement. You got them in Hispanic communities too. They're gang. They put Chicanos in there. They got all kind of what's the Latin Kings? I know a couple guys who are Latin Kings who were arrested and they were law enforcement officers. What do they know that we are still not understanding? That this is a position of power. Why not put our best and our brightest and those who have the heart of gold to sign up to do this job to represent our community, right? Everybody else is doing it. The criminals are doing it. The racist people are doing it. The KKK been doing it, right? Because it's power. But we are the only ones in the military. Shout out to Dell. Yes, the military doing it too. They have everybody and their mama is in these positions of power. We are the only ones going the opposite way. I'm not saying we get in it and create problems. I'm saying we get in it and create solutions, right? We don't want to do these jobs because for whatever reason, our community doesn't like the police, right? But the KKK don't like the police too, and they're in it. I've had to arrest a KKK member. I pulled over guys in the biker club and had to talk and listen, and you got to talk to them a certain way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Criminals have been doing this since the beginning of time. The mafia has done it. They have people and family members on the inside. I'm not encouraging people, right, who are criminals to join the job. I'm saying that this job is open for anybody who wants to get in it. And if you can pass the test, they let you in. That's the problem with policing. We are not going to get rid of the KKK. When one dies, another is born, right? You'll never get rid of them. We won't get rid of them. So, I always on this channel, I always push people to tell me about the solution. We fixate on the problem. We've understood that the FBI has said it. We've known it for a long time that they've been in here. I know drug dealers. I know everybody, pedophiles, everybody named mama has been up in here. Hell, presidents. We have presidents that are criminals who have been criminals and known to be all throughout government. We have criminals they're in here, right? They're in here. And guess what they'll do to keep their secret? They'll take you up out of here. We've seen it. This is not a surprise. This is a position of power. And so what can we do as a people? We need to get our foot in here, right? We need to get our foot in here. And so to your point, yes, absolutely. Everybody named mama here.
About a week ago, or a couple of days ago in my city, Milwaukee, it was in a black community. There was a lot of blacks outside. They video recorded.
A lot of blacks outside.
Yeah, they recorded cops secretly selling little kids.
Woo!
I wish
you gotta pull it up. The stream. You trying to get the stream taken down? So they were doing, okay.
They was like having kids with sheets on their like yellow little sheets on their head, transferring them to a van, and somebody recorded. He was in the rough neighborhood too, one of the worst neighborhoods in Milwaukee.
Okay.
I see a lot of that stuff. So what I'm getting at is now you understand. It's not blacks just playing this victim Olympics.
I agree.
And blacks is just calling cops these names, have this distrust for cops for no apparent reason, and the lack of trust and respect for the cops, because everything you just named, we experience. I done experienced. Even then, when I go to court, why you think when you said it, I beat you to it? Ignorance of the law is
Yes,
no.
that's right.
How am I going to know a law? And if you don't teach, they don't teach us the law in
Correct.
school, so they use that to manipulate whatever laws that they pass. And what I've been witnessing, a lot of these criminals and a lot of these crimes and criminals, it targets primarily with homeless, particularly homeless black men. Or then when you start saying that we 13 or 16% of black people in America, yet there's 60% of whites, but they commit more crimes. But what you're saying is compared to the amount of them, we commit more crimes, which I will understand that.
Oh no, let me clarify. You say you do understand, you said?
Yeah, I understand what you were saying.
Oh, I was talking about the violent offenses, specific crimes. Yeah, just specific, not in totality.
Okay, just violent crimes.
Just violent.
Okay.
And if not more, it's just a little, almost half. Almost half. Not more, but almost half of the violent crimes. Yeah.
And what I was trying to get at is one, I don't think black people inherently born to be violent. I think it's a social construct.
Okay.
And what you basically describing is, okay, when you break down these first off, when we say in America, whites is calculated by other races as well, not just whites. It's whites, you got white Puerto Ricans, you got white all of this. So that's how we get that big number for white people. Also, we don't mention that whites have more resources.
Okay.
So a lot of these crimes that the black people is committing, if you was to say they would have, let's just say you gave all of these black people 80 grand a year, do you think these same crimes would exist?
I think that unfortunately, crime isn't just about money as much as it is about the mentality. Because people would argue and say poverty is reason for crime. And that's not accurate. Because a lot of the people that I've arrested and a lot of the data supports that people aren't necessarily, some of the most problematic crimes or most violent crimes are not committed by poor people or people who are low income. You know, it's a deep conversation. It'll drag us in a lot of different ways. But I say let's agree that there is a multitude of things that need to be corrected to fix the problem. Money alone will not solve it. Right? Money alone will not solve it. Because a big part of the issues within our community is the mindset. It's the mindset. It's not necessarily money, because it wouldn't be fair to say just because you don't have money. There's a lot of people who didn't have money that never committed a crime ever. I committed them little crimes I committed as a young man, and I was a middle class kid. You know, I was never poor. You know, and the kids that I've never arrested, the people who are poor, homeless type of thing, yeah, I arrest them for petty stuff, car break-ins type of thing like that. But majority of criminals I arrested, I worked in a middle class black community. You know, and there wasn't middle class and lower middle class. And I've worked in different segments of our community and different economic levels. But no, you know, that's not a good indicator, because there's some kids who had money and were still doing things they had no business doing. And there are kids who, unfortunately, in our community, there's some kids, too many kids, that are doing things that they're doing, and it's rooted in materialism. You know, I can't even in my mind remember if I've ever arrested a kid who was just trying to put money together so he could put food on the table. It was always, I'm stealing these things so I can sell it and buy Jordan tennis shoes or buy these clothes or things like that. It was never rooted in survival, right? That's, to me, I feel like that's a little bit different. You know what I mean?
You were right, and I agree with that. But you did also say you arrested the guy with the weed, and he was trying to provide money for.
He had a job.
Money for his family.
Yes,
he had a job, but it wasn't just paying enough.
Correct, but that isn't. But that's he was not poor though, right?
We can understand. I don't think nobody in America is actually poor, because I can say America going to make sure you're not super poor to a point where you're not eating. You don't have clothes, because they got Goodwills, they got food lines, they got food pantry, they give you food stamps.
So one would argue there's no justification.
So
one would argue if that's the case, then one would argue that there's no justification for crime if no one, right? Like, why are we committing crime? What do you think? What do you think is the reason? Right, I was stealing to sell candy, true. And I wasn't poor, and I was stealing because I wanted more money. Right? I wanted more. I didn't want to waste any I wanted to use my profit. I wanted to keep all my profit. See, that's greed. Greed caused me to commit a crime, right? Not my poverty, my greed. And so when I have a kid whose mom buys him sneakers from Payless, and he goes to school and he's clown, and he wants those Jordan tennis shoes, right? He takes a BB gun and he robs somebody at gunpoint for those sneakers. That's a real story. For his shoes, right? This young man robbed somebody for some tennis shoes, right? I have another man who 3 men go into his home and tie him up and shoot him for his shoes that he has, because his mom can afford all these shoes. Their parents cannot. And they will go in your home and steal it. You know, they'll rob you for it. They'll kill you for it, for some tennis shoes. That happened out here in Gwinnett County.
And with that, okay, we judging the crime, but we're not judging why. Because I'm a big old why guy.
All right, let's do the why.
Yeah, why gets to the roots.
Let's do it, brother.
Right now, we can't continue picking leaves off the plant and not
let's get it.
We go to plant.
All right, you're right.
Why is all of these black men felt the need to risk their lives to feel confident in a way by wearing new Jordans?
Yes.
To feel accepted.
Yes.
I think the reason why you stole that candy because you wanted to feel accepted and fit in.
I wouldn't say I didn't want to fit in. It was greed. Mine was greed, right? My best friend was doing it. He was making more money than me. I want to understand why. I was willing to steal candy to make more profit, right? So I wasn't trying to fit in. I wanted more money, right? I wanted more money.
For what? Why did you need more money?
So I can buy the stuff my mom couldn't give me, right?
And what was that?
Just name brand clothes, right? I wanted to add mom said, hey, you got your shoe budget, and I'm gonna get to that, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. My mom said, hey, your shoe budget this year, my mom bought 1 pair of shoes for my siblings, right? So 1 pair of shoes. That shoe had to last the entire school year. You know, back in Pine Sol and what? Toothbrush, right? Ajax's toothbrush.
And you don't want to have to wear the same shoes over and over and get picked at, right?
Man, yeah, of course not. But you get picked at. So I say, Mom, she's giving me what, $60 for shoes. I had an extra 40 that I saved up from selling candy. I can get the shoe that I want, right? This is me hustling. I was cutting grass. I was doing what I need to do. Now, your argument and what you're pointing out is culture. You are pointing out Black culture, right? Black culture. That is the root. That is the root.
And it took. I want to finish your point when you was talking about the candy stuff. So when the board down, it was to fit in because you didn't want to go to school with the same.
That's right. That's right. You're right. So, I was trying to fit in. You're right.
Because it's always a narrative of why we do the stuff that we do in the community.
Yes, correct.
Right. What a lot of people do to Blacks is they focus on a crime because they don't give a shit about why.
Correct.
They don't give a damn about that this man, the reason why this black man robbed this bank because his landlord done put him and his family out. He got a newborn, 2 newborns there, and the baby mama or somebody, and they about to be on the street and they were scared to go. So he felt that he had to do what he had to do by any means necessary, and that's what they teach us black men. By any means necessary, take care of your kids. And they teach our women in our communities any means necessary. That means if she had to prostitute on the street to feed her family. But on the outside looking in, just like how you was talking about the law enforcement, it's a lot of, it seemed like the law enforcement is nothing but legitimate criminals. You basically explain the legitimate criminals.
The bad ones, yes.
You got the KKK, and and this goes back, this goes back to 1619 when they started policing. It was built off crime. Anything that was built, even America itself was built off crime.
Okay, I see where you're going.
So how could God bless America or God bless the police when it's built off evil? You can't bless something that's built off evil. All
right, let's dive into that. Now, I don't disagree with that. But I will challenge you with this. God has, blessed people who were evil. But what did God do? He used people for his will, whether they were good or evil, right? It wasn't necessarily about that. He used people for his will. So I have to push back a little bit on that. I will say this, though. Unfortunately, policing needs to be reformed. Absolutely. The way it's been running is not working. And it provides a way for people who should not be doing the job to do the job. That means you can agree on. With that being said, there are good people that are doing the job. If there were no good police, you would be able to tell. You would be able to tell, absolutely be able to tell if there were no good police. The problem is, unfortunately, there are bad officers, and it needs to be addressed. It can only be fixed by the people. The people have all the power. Unfortunately, the people aren't utilizing their power properly. And we're allowing people to stay in political power who are not answering the calls that the people are asking them to answer. Now, here's what I would say. Is it legitimate criminals? No. What I would say is, like anything in this world, anything in this country, there are criminals who infiltrate all systems in this country. You said you work in healthcare. I assure you, there are some criminals in healthcare. I've arrested them personally. I've arrested men and women who have been stealing narcotics, right? Who are doctors. They're running their own little pill mill, right? All these pills that hit the street, they're coming from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And so greed is what is also a root of crime. Greed, right? You have doctors who are making 6 figures, some almost $1 million, and it's not enough. It's not enough for them, right? So though the crime might be different, they might not be hitting nobody over the head, but they're giving access. Well, we know that, right. So the thing is, the problem is, the true problem, and we have to understand this, is that people are the problem. It's not the profession, right? It's not the profession. It's the people. When bad people get into jobs, they do bad things. And we have to make it like that. We have to say it that way. Because if we're not careful, we give unnecessary people a pass.
I disagree a little bit on that.
Let me hear it, Jay.
Because I'm gonna be honest.
Courtney said facts. If Courtney was on the stream, she'd be giving you push. She probably, Jay, I have to disagree with you, Jay. You know how she
that's how Courtney is. But I disagree with that. The reason I disagree, when I first started working in the healthcare field, I was so proud and happy, had good intentions. And when they was telling me that I was supposed to do this and be honest and everything else, I seen somebody report a physical abuse. on a resident,
Mm-hmm.
and we had all had to clean up the blood or whatever of that resident, and then the supervisor did it. It was two supervisors. Come to find out, they was married. They didn't ever tell us that they was both married. And but we was working in the behavioral, and the behavior where a lot of these residents, they can't even really speak for themselves. Even if they do, they get considered as crazy or whatever. And so, but they was a lot of these residents that was violent. And they when they was telling me these residents was violent, when the resident actually hit me, it wasn't that hard to the point where I had to beat them bloody.
Right.
It wasn't something that was out of control. So the supervisor beat the crap out of this person. Luckily I went on shift or whatever, but it was a worker, just started the field, just got her license and all this other stuff. She reported it. But for one, you can't have cameras in the facilities.
Right.
So she couldn't prove that he actually beat the resident up, even though she saw it with her own eyes.
Okay.
They suspended him for 3 days till they finalized the investigation. Since she couldn't prove it, they brought him back.
Okay.
And they gave him a gift. They gave him all of his hours back. And now she became the bad guy.
Yeah.
And now this is my friend, so I've been knowing her for a long time. Now, for a while, she couldn't get no jobs after that because they railroaded her out of that job. They looked at her like a rat. She a snitch.
Right.
So they got her up out of there quick. And so when she was trying to apply for other jobs, she was putting that on the application at first. And it was jobs that damn near it was promising that she was going to get until she put down that she made a claim against a couple of supervisors for physical abuse.
Right.
A lot of other jobs said, They wouldn't actually tell her that that's not why she was getting hired. I said, stop putting that down on your application. As soon as she stopped doing that, she got another job. And guess what? At that point, she told herself she never telling again, trying to be this good superhero. And eventually, as she started working in the field, because we both been doing the field for about 10 years. Well, eventually, she started picking up everybody else's traits.
Yeah. She got corrupted.
So that's what any field, when I look at any field in America, they always talk about the good stuff. And one thing I want to say this. Every time we talk about when Black people start complaining about what's happening, what people are doing to them, they blame Black people for how they get treated.
Okay.
And what I mean is, like, they blamed us for slavery. They said we sold each other. They blame us for getting deleted in the middle of the streets. Well, if you didn't have a criminal history and all this, or you won't be committing crimes. But yet you got the government committing crimes. You got the law, the people who were supposed to uphold the law committing crimes, which you just agreed attest to. So everybody get to committing crimes, but these specific people, and they call Black. we got to be governed by another race of people. Because I'm quite sure, and this is why I say I always bring up the black and white thing, because what system do Black people own? What system do that Black people own that's policing the whites? Whites is policing everybody else, but who's policing them?
And whose fault is that?
And that's where now we talking.
All right.
My thing is,
before you dive in that, let me say something real quick. Why haven't you allowed yourself to be corrupted? Or are you corrupted at your job too?
I am, to a certain degree.
Okay. Is it because, and I respect that, I appreciate your transparency. Is it because you care more about the outcome of your family, or is it because your own selfish reasons?
No, I think I'm more corrupted because I'm corrupted, but I can control my corruption.
What if,
Like,
as an officer, I said I'm corrupted, but I can control my corruption? Would that be
right? But I would consider myself ain't shit. But the feeling, but hey, I gotta keep it always. I gotta keep all the way funky, man. That's me. I'm gonna always. I gotta keep it real with myself. I believe in when
I
you be
love
real with yourself,
it.
you can help yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If I keep it in the closet, it's always gonna be there. I'm not shit, and so but but I'm not going to be the one abusing. It's certain stuff that I will do that's against the law, that's against the rules, and there's some stuff I won't.
So breaking policy and breaking law are two different things.
Right. Me personally, I can't picture myself taking advantage and putting my hands on residents of Vernon. Matter of fact, if I see that, I might won't tell, even though it's in a policy that you're supposed to tell. I probably won't tell. Okay. Now I'll try to fight if I see a man, putting this punking on one of these residents. You know what I'm saying? That's bogus.
Right.
But I'm more corrupt of working in the healthcare field. You work in the police field.
Right.
You got more access to women. You sleeping with women on the job, and me, I ain't never really did drugs, so I'm not into drugs. So But I have witnessed some things that people, and I kept my mouth shut.
Right. I see what you're saying. Let me add some context to that. One, I appreciate you being transparent. There is I wasn't the perfect police officer. There were officers who were better officers than me. I have made mistakes. I've never broken the law though, right? I have prevented myself from getting promotions, right? Because I've called other officers out for things that they've said that I felt were inappropriate. I've checked officers, and I believe that's the reason why one department I was at, why I didn't get promoted. Mm-hmm. There is a thing within police departments where they want people who are going to kiss ass. That's a fact. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why you have an officer who. There's a reason I was looking at the comment Dre drop. There's a reason why you have some officers that they can only reach so high in a police department. There's some departments, there's some factions in the department where they want people who they can control, someone who can bend the rules. This is true. Mm-hmm. I wasn't one of those persons, right? I just wasn't one of them. I don't operate that way. And I think at the end of the day, it's one thing to where everybody's job is different. There's a different responsibility. You might, at your job, you might say, I'm gonna put extra 30 minutes on the clock, or whatever. Yeah. You're not supposed to do that, right? You're not supposed to do that. Me, on the other hand, me bending policy is me breaking the law. And that's not okay, right? And so everybody's job has different levels of consequences and different levels of liability. And so I would never try to compare, someone who has, in your job, you're in healthcare, you're servicing people. Regardless, if you're in the service industry, people are holding us to a higher level of standard of care and responsibility. Mm-hmm. And so we have to make sure that we maintain that. Now, I do understand what you're saying. I have, again, like I've said, I've been rude. I've been disrespectful. Mm-hmm. I've abused my authority in that way, And so, yes, mm-hmm. I do agree with that. Those are things that I have done, but I've never abused my power, right? I've never forced or physically assaulted someone who did not need it, where it was not appropriate at that time. I just never did that, and I wasn't the only one. And I think sometimes we see so much negativity about a profession or about a group that we think that there is no one else on the other side, right? It's the same way we profile Black people and we stereotype Black people, right? The way you stereotype a white kid with a trench coat, wearing all black, getting ready to walk into a school, right? With a briefcase.
Right.
You're like, hold on, stop Timmy right now before he looks like he about to shoot the place up, right? It's stereotypes. Where did these stereotypes come from? You know, the problem with policing. I want to touch on something that you said earlier. It is the responsibility of the police profession to fix the police image. Period. It's not the citizen's job, right? It is absolutely the police job to do that. Now, you talked about 1619. You know, we got to get into that. 1619 is the year when the slaves just first came to this country. Now, we talked about policing. We're about to go down history lane. I'm about to take you on a magic school bus, Jay. All right.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Because this is important for us to cover this. 1619, the slaves first got here. Black African slaves got here to this country. Prior to that, they were already, right? Not Black people. We had natives here on this land already. And then we had the settlers from Great Britain, the 13 colonies. They started coming to this country. I think Jamestown was the first here in the early 1600s, early. They settled here, right? And they created havoc. We know what they did, right? We know what they did. Policing. We got to talk about how policing started in this country, right? Because slave patrol and slave catching, it started in the South Carolina, right? South Carolina represented one colony. The 13 colonies from Great Britain, they came here into this country and they started setting up shop. Where did police come from? We have to understand that policing already existed in Great Britain, but they were called something different. They were called watchmen and they were called constables. That's what they were. Watchmen were like security guards. Constables were like what we call police officers to this day, right? And then we had sheriffs. All of the sheriffs started in the mid 1600s. This is before slave patrol even existed. Slave patrol started in the mid 1720 to 1740 is slave patrol, right? Now, that is a fact. And I have it, the receipts, we could pull up and go through it. But what I want us to talk about is policing had already existed. The colonies came, they built communities, they built small cities. These major cities we're talking about today, Virginia, New York, we're talking Carolinas, North, South, Georgia, Boston, Massachusetts, and I can't think of the other one. But anyways, we're talking about these cities. These cities were and became, right? They started off as these colonies and they built into cities in what we know as present day. What did they do? How did they police their own? Mind you, these are people coming from another country, right? These are people coming from Great Britain. They've already had policing already. So they introduced the system that they already had. It was already pre-existing into their communities. They were already policing their communities using constables and watchmen. All right. Then they had indentured servants, white Europeans, and they had slaves. And the only difference was indentured servants can buy themselves out of their contract, but they were doing slave work just like Black people were doing. The difference were they weren't chattel slavery like Black people were, right? And they were also citizens. So when the slave patrols began in the mid 1700s, policing already existed. But when they started redefining 1776 is when the Constitution was made, right? This is when the country said, hey, we're no longer part of Great Britain. We are our own thing. We're doing our own thing. In the 1700s, right? After that, they renamed everything, right? They did away with constables. They did away with watchmen. They called themselves police. They called themselves police. The first American police department started in New York and in Boston and then Chicago, right? This is the order. This is the order. And then what happened? This is very interesting. When policing started when they had police departments in the South, those who were slave patrols, because the slave patrols were citizens who were hired to capture slaves and bring them back to the slave owners. That is true. They were like, well, shit, I might as well be a cop. I've already been kind of doing the job. So one would argue that what was going on in the South, it's not happening in the North. One would also argue that policing was already existing before slave patrol became a thing, which is also true. We're talking almost 100 years difference. When they got here, they were patrolling and policing their own people with constables and watchmen. And then as they redefined what that is, they introduced sheriffs, which are also in the 1600s. And then they started policing. And all policing was just a network of uniformity. That's all it was. And that is the history. And I want to bring up something real quick because I want to show you this. And I'm also going to put it in the video at the end of it. And I just urge you to just read through it on your own and just look at and double check. And then, we can always come back on the conversation. But I want to bring up something real quick. And let's look at this together. This is for everybody. All right. And this source is from what's the name of this? This is from a law journal. This is from a law journal. It talks about policing. Anyways, let's go through this real quick. I think this is important. Colonial governors often appointed the sheriffs and constables. Boston was the first colonial settlement to use night watchmen beginning 1630. Night watchmen. And what is a watchman? I have it defined.
Like a security officer.
Correct. Let me pull up it is like a security officer. Let me get the whole definition because I put the definition over here. All right. A night watchman was organized groups of men, usually authorized by state government, city, or society to deter crime activity and provide law enforcement, as well as traditionally perform the services of public safety, fire watch, crime prevention, crime detection, and recovery of stolen goods. That was the definition of a watchman, and I challenge everybody watching to also look that up as well. I will be putting this at the end of the description of the stream. Now, here's what it follows. Besides watchmen, besides watching for crimes and spotting fires, night watchmen would also announce the time and weather conditions. Now, here's the next one. Constables. Constables delivered warrants, supervised the night watchmen, and carried out the routine local government functions of the community. Over time, cities added town marshals, city councils, and justices to back up the constables and the watchmen. Now, if we scroll down here,
Sorry about that.
You good, brother? You good? The Southern colonies. This is talking about the colonies in the South, where slavery was a key part of the region's economy, created slave patrols. By 1740s, to police the black slave population, they protected white citizens from slaves, fought slave uprisings, and captured runaway slaves. And again, this also solidifies the time frame, which is saying created slave patrols by the 1740s. And they're referring to the Southern colonies, And the reason why I say it's not the origins of policing, because it is not the origins of policing. That's why I said on that stream, it does not mean that slave patrolmen did not become police officers, because yes, they did become police officers, but that is not how policing started in this country. Now, and the reason why I say that it's important is because shout out. Let me go to these super chats real quick. My brother, he brought this Kevin C. This is a sharp brother. I met him recently on another stream. He makes a good point. He says, all good points, Nathan, but you can argue that policing in North America was severely corrupted due to the institution of black enslavement. I'll give you that. Absolutely, I'll give you that. I can absolutely give you that. And policing is still corrupt to this day. It is. Let me go through these super chats real quick. Jay Prince, how you doing with time, brother? We got time for a little more. How you feeling?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. We got it.
All right. Let me go through some of these back super chats real quick. Dre dropped. Oh yeah, we hit that one already. Let's do more. CJ Mose, $5 super chat says the wealthiest black country has more violent crime than the poorest white country. It's a cultural thing. Friendly Maryland / PJ versus Bettyville, Kentucky. I'm gonna have to look that up. Yeah, this country's violent, man. This country's violent. And you can't argue that. This country's violent. There's no way around that. We have the most incarcerated. We have the most shot by the police. We have the most everything that's wrong. It takes place in this country. It is truly a cultural problem. American culture, all the way across the board. Thank you so much for that super chat. And then we got Kevin in there. Thank you so much, Kevin, for this super chat. I agree with you. Corruption is corruption. No matter how it's formed, it's not good. It's not helping our situation, and it needs to change. So we can definitely agree on that. So Jay Prince, I want to. He said county, not country. My bad. County. Let me ask you. Well, shout out to Common Man. He said African Americans own slave also. That is also true. It's also true. But we know the real problem was white slave owners. So we, right. So we gotta keep it. We gotta keep it 100. Regardless, slavery was wrong. Nobody was justified for it. Jay Prince, I know we covered a lot, and you had some amazing questions. I want to ask you about because the title of this stream is trauma, and I want to cover something that's very important. I think this is a good way for us to segue into what I've recognized, and I can be honest, I did not know was a thing until recently, and it sounds stupid on my part. But sometimes you do the job so much, you do become desensitized to people's situations and outcomes. I run in, I do the job, I leave, and I'm at the next house doing the same thing. And then I'm at the next house. I'm at the next store. I'm at the next robbery. I'm at the next burglary. And you just lose a connection. You lose an emotional connection as an officer. That's a fact, at least for me. And I interviewed a young lady on my channel based on an experience that she had where guns were pointed at her from a SWAT, kind of like a SWAT raid in a sense. And she was innocent. And they kind of just blew it off like, all right, our bad, my bad. Good luck to you, right? And when I was speaking to her, she was in tears. She was crying. She was in tears on this stream. And several times going over the incident, she broke down crying about it. And in that moment, I realized that this is what people have been talking about, right? This is what people have been talking about. There is and I will say this is what started my process thinking about it, was after the incident on Lapeef's channel. And then I found out that you've had some run-ins with the police, and then you had a family member, I think, or a friend, I'm not sure the details, but you had a family member that had a bad outcome with the police. And someone lost their life behind a police officer, I believe. And when I heard that, I sat down with myself and I had a light bulb moment. And I said, you know what? I knew the outburst and your frustration in that moment was coming from something, right? I knew it wasn't me as a person. That's why I was like, hey, it's okay, right? You heard me say that. I was like, hey, it's okay. Because in the moment, it was more important for me to find out why you dislike the police than it was for me to tell you why you should like the police, right? It was more important. And I felt like we missed an opportunity to really build in that moment and each other, to share each other's truths, right? I'm here to serve you, Jay Prince. Even in this moment as a retired officer, My job is still to serve you and to serve our community, right? I'm volunteering myself. I'm still serving, even though I don't get paid for it. I'm still serving. I'm still trying to give something and to in order to make a difference. And this conversation, that's what this conversation means to me. And I will say this. When I found out that situation, and I don't know a lot about it, I kind of heard it in clippings with the video. I told myself that there's trauma in our community, whether the trauma happened to us personally, whether we saw it happen to someone else, whether we heard about it, or whether it was experienced through generation. And in that moment, I said, no one is addressing the trauma, the traumatic experience that Black people feel when they come in contact with the police. And it is not a happy situation. No one is coming back having the conversation. No one is coming back bringing context. No one is coming back and having a conversation about what was appropriate or inappropriate, right? And when an officer is wrong, no one is admitting it. No one is owning up to it. And that creates trauma. That trauma is passed down. It is shared amongst other people in our community. It is spread. The truth is told or it's exaggerated. Nonetheless, something happened that was never addressed. People don't get closure. And when they don't get closure, it creates a problem. It creates trauma. It creates my theory behind it is post-traumatic police disorder. It is no different than any type of post-traumatic stress, right? It's we had some type of a bad outcome, bad experience, witnessed or shared. We're either living vicariously through someone else's experience, but nonetheless, there is nobody coming back to have the conversation, right? No one's coming back, so people are not getting healed, right? No one's getting healed from this. You see something as a child, an officer abuses power, or an officer uses power legitimately, but that doesn't mean this kid is not scarred. So that kid grows up now disliking the police or being afraid of the police because of something that they misunderstood or something that they understood quite clearly or things that they hear on TV or things that they see in the movies. And so now we have this conditioning, this programming, right? And in my opinion, I feel like my theory, right, is that this is post-traumatic stress because now what's happening is we take these same experiences, whether vicariously lived through someone else, and then when we see the police, right, there's a agitation there, there's an anxiety there, there's a fear there. You get pulled over, you can do shit wrong, but you don't know why you sweating, right? You don't know why you're nervous. You have nothing wrong. You're an outstanding citizen, but the police are making you uncomfortable, whether a white officer or a Black officer. There's something there that's deeper that I have never heard anybody dive into. And we're diving into it tonight with this conversation. Post-traumatic police disorder. It's something that has to be examined. And that's my theory. And I feel like this is why there are people in our community that have bad outcomes with officers when they make contact with them because they move out of a response, out of fear, right? If you take, Jay Prince, your personal experiences that you've had with law enforcement, the history, the experience of someone else, right? And you have that in your mind. You get stopped by the police. The first thing in your mind is what you've experienced and how you feel, whether it's legit or not, whether that officer did anything illegal or not, whether they had a legal reason to stop you in the first place. It doesn't matter. The fear has nothing to do with right or wrong. It is an emotional response that is geared and actually manifesting out of our interpretation, our perception of what we think this situation is or what we believe it can end up being, right? I believe he's going to kill me. I believe I can die from this encounter. I believe this officer is going to abuse my rights. I believe this officer. And we start going through this motion. And then our actions end up becoming counterproductive, right? In that moment. And I want to end by saying that. So I want to hear your thoughts on that. That's my theory, Jay Prince. And this came from two conversations. One I had with a young lady, and then in the conversation we had on Lapeef, and then hearing you talk about your relationship with law enforcement, and then the tragedy in that situation. And it clicked on me, brother. And I said, this is this is where the real discussion needs to happen about how do we get our people healed who have experienced bad traumatic experience with law enforcement, and how we get better people in this position to help protect our people and do this job.
Okay. Well, I got a lot of encounters with the police.
How many? I heard the number was high, brother.
Yeah, well, I've been arrested 33 times for a lot of different stuff.
Okay.
All different type of stuff. And some of my arrests was due to racism from the cops and the judge. I didn't know the judge was the cop's boss. You know, one time I was living I had moved in a white community. And that's when me and my fiance at the time, I talked about the business and stuff I had open. So I was getting big headed, didn't want to live around my people no more. Because I thought, the goal was to move out the hood, get money to move out the hood, and go around the rich white folks. They wasn't really rich. It was just better. It was rich compared to where we from. So I moved into the white neighborhood and I kept being harassed. They harassed me to the point where they gave me a disorderly conduct ticket. I went to court for the ticket. As soon as I left court, the cop pulled me over a block down. I said, man, come on now. Why is y'all really pulling me over? I mean, I had one case in Milwaukee, but before then, I ain't never had a working day in my life. Why y'all really pulling me over? So he Googled my name and stuff. He said, you know what? You right. You never had a record. He said, to be honest with you, the judge told me to come out here and pull you over. Another incident while living in that particular area, the police pulled a dead squirrel in my yard.
Wow.
This is the area where I told you where the clans used to meet at.
Okay.
They put a dead squirrel in my yard. Now it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Me and my girl asleep. And they got on a microphone. I guess my car was parked on the wrong side of the street because in Wisconsin, you got to park even on different sides of the street, one way, one car. Because I've been in Texas where you can just park any way you want to on the streets. But Milwaukee, we all got to park this way on one side. The other one got to park the other on the other side. And they got on a microphone screaming my name out 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Talking about, come and move your car. And all, man, I was so spooked. And I know this coming from police. This not niggas I had to worry about. These police harass me the way they is.
Right.
Another time, that same is like I kept getting picked on with these cops to where it was getting scary.
Have you ever filed a complaint against them?
No, because I knew none was gonna really turn out. You ain't gonna win against no police, especially not the city where I was living in is all white. Yeah. So
got it.
I wasn't gonna win no case. So one time, me and my girl, we coming from my ice cream truck. We just pulled by the house, and the police walking out our house. I said, "What the fuck?" I said, "Babe," my girl, she was like, "No, why they walking out? They walking out our house." I'm like, "No, what the fuck is they doing?" So I'm like, "Hey, excuse me, officer, y'all okay? That's my house. Clean this goddamn house up." I'm talking about the officer. He's by himself. First off, he wasn't supposed to be by himself. That was against the law for him to be walking in people's house. I don't sell drugs, so you don't have no reason to be walking in my house. We had no warrants, no crime committed ever. This man was arguing with my girl aggressively. So I'm like, at this point, I was feeling like this dude finna try to kill one of us. So what I did was, he must have found my gun. I had a Desert Eagle. A semi-automatic Desert Eagle.
Yeah.
And I went in there, got my gun while he outside in front of my yard arguing with my girl. I hurry up and got my gun and I sit by the door. I said, "Dude, you better leave my motherfucking girl alone." Because at that point in my mind, I just knew one of us finna die. Because I'm not finna just let this cop kill us and just get away with it. No, if he gonna kill me today, he finna leave with a bang.
Right.
I'm not finna just go out and just let you just kill us. Right. No, you gonna die too. Right. I don't believe in that. And so my girl I kept telling my girl, come in the house, because he wouldn't shut up. I was like, "Babe, come in the house, come in the house." He kept arguing with my girl. I said, dude, leave my motherfucking girl alone now. You know, and it just somehow, this was like in 2008, 2009. Somehow they end up breaking up. I had to tell my girl, because at the point, you know how women is, once they go, they go. Ain't nothing stopping them. But that's not how my girl was, though. That's not her personality was. She was just feeling fucked up. You just walking in our motherfucking house like that. So I kind of understood what she was saying. But
Right.
I had to be at that dose just in case if he reached for that gun, I'm reaching for mine. I had the ups on him. He didn't even know it. So that happens and all this other stuff. So I'm getting cases in the same city. You know, we was doing security and all this other stuff. And it was on my birthday. And me and my girl was working security, and the owner didn't want to pay my girl her check. He kept sending us all over the place to come pick up her check. And so I come up there because he stopped answering his phone calls. I come up there asking, where's my girl checks and stuff? And all nice and stuff. He getting aggressive and stuff now. I'm like, no, you gonna pay my girl her check. So I get pepper sprayed.
Oh snap!
Because he kept calling me. We got in each other's faces like we was about to thump.
Yeah.
So I said, no. So because I'm still confused, because I'm still trying to remain professional because I'm around. I'm thinking this still professional, but so I'm kind of thrown off. Like he had me off guard. Here it is. I'm talking about throwing blows with my boss.
Right.
I mean, the boss of the job. I never would think that I had to come to that. Anyway, he ended up pepper spraying me and shit like that. Police came, they took me to jail. Just a few years ago, the place where I'm at now, predominantly whites. I went to the gas station, and this white dude, I put you know how you put your stuff down on the counter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put my stuff down on the counter and I ran to go get another soda and stuff like that. And I got my spot back. And this white dude got upset. He was like, you can't get out the line and skip and all this other stuff. I said, what? I was like, man, this is my spot. You see my stuff right here. So he got all loud and stuff. And so we arguing. Me and this white dude arguing. So he pulled out a knife. And you know how you pull up at the gas station, right? I pulled up at the gas station at the time. I had like a little sports little car. And you could, when you go in my window was down because it was hot. I reached inside my door and I could pop a button and my trunk would pop open. So I'm bagging out the store like this because he got a knife on me. Because I'm thinking we were just about to box. He got a knife on me. Yeah. So I'm bagging out the store like this, and and I parked my car right in front of the gas station door. So as I'm walking outside, he didn't know. He just kept threatening me with the knife. I said, "Dude, man, you better go. You better go." So I reached in my car window. I popped my trunk. I went and got my gun. I'm like, now what, nigga?
Yeah.
So he
felt that in the screen.
Yeah, he dropped that knife so quick. I said, now what? Bust a move.
Right.
Everybody in the gas station calling the police and stuff. Stop. You guys stop. I'm calling the cops now. After I heard he calling the cops now, I said, damn, what the fuck I'm doing? I got the ups. He already dropped the knife. So let me just get up out of here. So I got up out of there. As I was driving, I threw the gun out. But soon as I got in front of my house, because I threw the gun like 7 blocks down. Soon as I got because I knew they was gonna catch me. They was looking for the gun. Soon as I got in front of my house, like I swear for God, it had to be at least 20 police officers.
They got you. They had your tag already then.
Yeah, they had my tag because it's on video and stuff. You seen that movie Set It Off?
Yeah.
I have never experienced that feeling to that day. I'm talking about they all had ARs on me.
Yeah.
15 police officers. They were like, driver, step out the car. I'm like, they telling me to hold my hands up like this first out the window. Driver, place your left hand, open up the car door, and leave your right hand out the window.
Right.
So I did what they said. I opened up the car door. They were like, now, driver, step out the vehicle with your left leg first and keep both your hands out. So we got to the point where I'm in the middle of the street. They told me to walk towards the middle of the street with both of my hands up. I'm talking about, they surrounded me with ARs.
Right.
Man, I'm feeling so scared because this is some shit that be in the movies.
Yes, sir.
I'm like, man, this is actually me. All my neighbors, all my friends know watching me. They was like, driver, place your left hand behind your back. Then I did that, place your right hand behind your back. Then they all ran and came and handcuffed me and stuff like that. Took me to jail and all this other. So I caught that type of case. Well, you know, I caught a lot of cases out of my life. I done been through a lot of experiences. You know, when we talk about the cop ended up killing one of my cousins.
Okay.
You know, he got off with that. And see, my biggest thing is this, you know.
Was it in reference to, and you answer if you feel comfortable or not, was it in reference to, was the officer doing something illegal, or was he responding to something that your cousin was doing per se, or was this just a plain out the officer was not justified to be addressing or making contact with your cousin? You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't know how much you feel comfortable getting into it.
I can't speak too deep into it.
I understand.
Because, you know,
we can let it go. We can let it go. But yeah, we don't have to talk about that. I wasn't. What I was trying to get at was
to see if he was doing crimes that got him deleted.
Right. Was it?
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
All right. So
then the fact that he still walk around, we still see this cop on the job.
How did the cop, if you can say it, how did they justify? What was their justification for that? As far as how did he get away with that?
He reached for his gun. That's what they say.
Okay. Was he armed at all?
He had a gun in the vehicle, but his gun was in his glove compartment.
Understood. Got it.
So once they found that
my point,
they helped their case out.
Yeah. So remember what I said earlier, right? Remember the example I gave you earlier, how officers will protect themselves, or if you have a corrupt officer, how they will protect themselves. And that's why, you know, and this does bring me back, and I'm sorry that happened, you know, and to your family member, to your cousin.
Yeah.
What I was going to mention, I thought this was interesting, that yes, you have different. You said you've been arrested over 30 something times. You have a history of officers abusing their power on you, and you being on the bad end of that. Then you also have a few situations where you yourself have instigated your own arrest. You've been responsible for getting yourself in your own trouble. Nonetheless, that does never, ever, ever dismiss an officer for abusing power. Doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what the person is doing. We are held at a higher standard as police officers. Now, what I will say though, they had you at gunpoint and all that kind of stuff. You are alive today. You've been arrested over 30 something times, and you are alive today.
Man, they had me at gunpoint multiple times I've been at gunpoint from cops multiple times.
Yeah.
Out of my life.
And my point is, you are here to talk about it. So let's segue into that, right? You've had guns pointed at you multiple times, whether justified or unjustified. You are here and you're alive. You are a living witness. Your testimony right now is going to free some people, if it ain't already freed some people already. But you are here today. So what is different? Why have you not been shot by the police?
I don't know. I think you got some people I want to use the word luck, because like my brother-in-law, he in prison right now. not too long ago. He killed the chief of police in Milwaukee.
Oh shit!
You know, actually, Milwaukee they've been going around. I know you probably didn't hear.
I'm about to look
This
that up.
guy's brother died in the holding cell over some drugs. They claimed it was drugs, but they waited 16 hours to call the ambulance. I mean, to take to the hospital,
and he
and
died.
he ended up dying.
They
So
probably did it on purpose.
Yeah, so his brother came in. It's on video. You can YouTube it. His brother came in and shot up the whole police station.
Oh yeah. I saw that recently, and
yeah,
I was like,
that's
who
what got my
would have
sister
to?
out.
Wow. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Well, it's on video.
It is on video. I did see it.
Yeah,
and it's so funny. I'm like, what idiot would walk into a police station and just start shooting the place up?
He was mad. He was mad that they shot up, that they let his brother die. He felt like the police. Nowadays, I said this on the panel before. I said a lot of these younger black men is bold now.
Yes, they are, man. They run up.
See, they're not doing no complaining. They don't mind dying.
They're not.
They don't mind dying, and they don't mind shooting back at the cops. That's all you see in Milwaukee now. They giving them, the cops will run for their money now.
How do you feel about that? Because I feel a certain way about that, and I think that's worth us covering real quick. I want to touch on that because I don't think that's the right way to fight back.
I think it's perfectly. Oh my bad.
I think it's perfect. You good, brother? You good? I say it's not right. I understand why. I don't think it's the most effective and efficient way, because like I said earlier, hate only creates more hate. You have to move differently if you want to bring about change. Now, it might make you feel good, right? But then look at the outcome now. There's nothing good going to come from that. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is this. We've been doing it that way for 500 years.
Okay.
The good way, the nice way, the marching, where you think gospel songs came from us getting beat and we get to start singing and dancing. You know, we singing and dancing after we get hit in the face or whatever. So we did it that way. We did it the way you talking about. Martin Luther King practiced nonviolent movements. He died violently. I think at this
point, you can't glance over what he accomplished, though.
Well, after all that begging, he accomplished a little bit of
all that begging.
I mean, we did a lot of begging. I don't believe black people fought at all. I don't believe that we fought. I don't consider marching as a fight.
Okay.
Because the reason why everybody that actually fought the people that they need to been fighting, that actually fought, they get respected. The Indians get the money every month from whatever the bingo, the casinos. Mexicans got all the outskirts of all the countries like Texas, California. They got all the Alamo, all that type of stuff. So everybody that actually fought back physically got some type of respect. That's just like you'll teach your son, if he getting bullied at school, you're going to teach your son, boy, don't you never let nobody hit you. If somebody hit you, you hit them back. You don't go up there begging for this man not to leave you alone. No, you punch his ass back, because bully only respect and hit back. So
let me pause you. Let me pause you for 1 second.
Okay.
Because you about to cook. You about to cook the whole stream apart. Brothers, you about to sound like a Black Panther up in here. I don't disagree with you on the idea that Black people have to fight back. What I will say is, I don't believe fighting back with violence is going to get us the outcome that we need. And I would argue that the real power is in Black dollars. You fight with your money. You don't ever have to fight with your hands or with a gun. The thing that we are not doing, the thing that Martin Luther King did that worked, he fought economically. He fought with money. Money is where power is. Physical strength, pulling a trigger, taking a life from someone else does not make you powerful, right? The way you handle your dollars makes you powerful, right? Financial discipline, that's power. That's what Martin Luther King understood. Now, where Martin Luther King, I won't say he failed, but where he may have not made the best decision was he pushed integration too hard, right? To the point to where we left the things that we own to be a part of white people's institutions, right? And again, Malcolm was like, no, we need to be separate but equal and have our own things. That is true. That's absolutely true. That's how you fight. The reason why I say the violence doesn't help, this gentleman went into a police department, shot the police department up. He went in on a kamikaze attack. There is no coming back. Is he alive? I didn't even watch the whole video.
Yeah, they made sure he gonna be alive because on the video. See, that's the thing. Certain crimes you commit, they're gonna make sure you be alive because they want you to suffer.
That's true. Not all the time. Not all the time.
Not all the time, unless they really have to do you in. If like you shooting, he was shooting back at the cops when they were trying to arrest him.
I saw a bit of the clip. Now I'm gonna have to. Allegedly, he did this. We got to keep saying allegedly.
Yeah,
allegedly he did this. Thank you, Common Man. Thank you, folks in my chat. If you catching me,
I agree with Malcolm X. Before I knew Malcolm X's birthday, I always believed in Malcolm X because I always wonder why we celebrate Martin Luther King but not Malcolm X.
Hey,
and I'm like, right. And as I got older, they trying to condition us to have that weak mindset like Martin Luther King have instead of Malcolm X. Malcolm X got the mindset of no, fuck all. I'm not gonna kiss your ass.
Yes. Now
I'm not gonna go ahead.
No, but you're absolutely right. How come we don't celebrate? What did he do that was so bad?
He got balls to stand up for himself. See, that's the thing. They expect black men to be so submissive. See, we've been so submissive for a long time. What have it done? How us been submissive for actually did anything good for us? All of this little peon stuff that they giving us. No, that's not how men was put on this planet. Men was put on this planet to war. We respect the military. Everybody up here respect the military. And they go around fucking people.
I agree. Now hold on now, Jay Black, right? Before you got the people flagging my stream, right? Okay. Too much black power talk make people uncomfortable. But I hear what you're saying. It's not that you're wrong, right? You're not wrong. I say it's misguided though, because we have to be careful on where we put that energy. The energy needs to be put in the right place, Yes, there needs to be a fight. The conviction needs to be strong. It needs to be strong. Black people are too distracted. We're easily sedated by things that don't matter, right? And so what I'm saying is, what do people love more in this country than anything? Money. Black people spend a lot of it. We just spend it in the wrong places, and that's why we're not getting the outcomes that we want. Martin Luther King understood that. He starved them out of their business for an entire year, 365 days. And them jokers was like, all right, okay, cool, hold on. Money, man. It's all about money. You don't have to use that level of violence in order to get your point across. Again, to your point, they rioted last year. They burned down cities last year. People died behind those events last year, right? Black Lives Matter said they were behind it, that they were running this thing and blase, blase. At the end of the day, there were no laws passed. They raised almost $90 million. There are no laws passed. I haven't seen anything.
But what I seen in my city, you had people that was doing a marching, and then like my friends who I related to, they was allegedly they had firearms. And what I seen for the first time in my life, all those black men with those AR-15s, the cops were in their car. They would not get out their damn cars. They were so afraid of all of them black men with AR-15s pointing at the cops. And they would not. They had to call the National Guards.
Yep.
That was so pleasant for me to watch.
All right, let me tell you this though. I can give you that. Let me ask you.
Because they bullies.
All right. Yes, there are some cops that are bullies. But what I'm saying to you now, let's dig deeper. What did that solve? In a moment, you had citizens who felt empowered. They were checking the police. I'm all for it. But now what? The question always goes to now what?
They be cautious now when they come to our neighborhoods now. Now, like I said earlier, the younger guys, the younger black men especially, they more bold now. They shooting, they don't give a damn who they shoot. So now, when the cops come, they're gonna go by the book now.
Okay.
They know if they try to bust a move, it might be 5 times out of 10 they might get shot back.
My thing is this. I am all for people defending their rights and their constitutional rights.
But we can't defend ourselves against cops.
I'm saying no officer has a right to violate anybody's rights, period. If an officer's out here violating people's constitutional rights, that officer puts themselves in a position to get hurt. Here's the caveat, though. Here's the caveat. The biggest concern in our own community that we need to be concerning ourselves with is checking the crime that's happening in our own community to where we do not need the police to come in and regulate over our community. Can we agree on that?
Yes, and I got an answer to that.
All right, before you get in, this is what I would say. Those same gentlemen that want to carry guns around and bully the police, okay, I can give them that. I understand there's some history there. I would then say, how about we create our own little group in our own community, our own little mission that's respected, that the citizens of the community support, and let them police their own community, because the people who call the police in the black community are black, and they call the police on people who are terrorizing the community. So there has to be an answer for that. I'm all for telling the police to leave the community alone. We have other ethnic groups that do it all the time, and it works. The difference is they are not terrorizing each other in their own community, right? So Jay Black, I'm curious to know your solution.
Not Jay Black, Jay Prince.
I'm sorry, Jay Prince. I don't know why I said Jay Black. That's Jay Prince.
That's the other guy.
That's Jay Prince. Your thoughts.
Okay.
On how do we get our own community in order to where we can police ourselves?
That's the same way like whites do in their community. Cops is different for the white community than it is the black community.
How so?
It's a different ball game.
It depends. Let me clarify. It depends on the economic status that officers are policing in. Police act different based on the crime. There are, again, we know there are more poor white people than there are poor black people. The white people have poor communities too. And they do get shot. They do have bad experiences with police. But when you start going into communities where it's middle, above middle, and upper class, yes, they do police differently. There's really no crime. And you have, and shout out to, check this out, because this is what I was mentioning earlier. The Jews and Somalis, they police themselves. You know, I've worked in the Jewish community, and I had to check in with a security guard to get in, right? I had to check in an officer going in to help someone. It was a medical emergency. I had to check in at the gate with a security guard. So again, what are your thoughts on that? Because how do we get the crime in order?
First off, I think the main key to this whole situation, the reason why we have young, violent kids, and the reason why our kids, like, we always got to go to the roots.
Okay.
We got to bring dad back home.
Ooh.
We got to stop pushing out fathers. We got to stop making systems to make the father leave. And a lot of people say, how can you make somebody leave from your kids? If you wasn't put in that black man's shoes, you need to shut up.
True. But there are a multitude of reasons why men leave. It's not just the system.
Well, we got the anomalies where this dude probably he wanna be a pimp or something out here in 2022. But I'm saying the risk now, because you brought up gangs.
Okay.
When most of these organizations first started, it wasn't to be attacking other organizations. It was to basically like what you said, take care of their own communities.
Yes, that's true.
What happened was they took the leaders, all the black leaders, they already took the dads away. The dads already was gone. That's the reason why a lot of these young boys join these organizations searching for a dad. And Pookie's had to raise the kids. The Pookie's was the street guys.
That's true.
They had to raise the young boys that's in the streets because our daddies was already gone.
All right, well, hold on. Look what Pound for Pound said. He said, dick discipline. That's a thing. If we're talking about men, that's not a thing. Men are.
No, I don't agree with that. I think when people keep saying dick discipline and all this other stuff, that's just a coward way. That's just a coward way of saying that you don't have the balls to stand up and fight and take your community back. So what would a kid do? Like, have you ever heard? I'm quite sure you probably have experienced some cases where if a kid or somebody getting bullied and they feel like they can do nothing back, so what they start doing is self-hurting themselves. And I feel like that's what the black community is doing right now. We so scared and feel so powerless to stand up to the people who we clearly know is fucking with us. So what we do is we start blaming ourselves, we start blaming each other, we start hurting ourselves. And accepting, like they condition us to accept accountability, to accept all of this other stuff for them. That's like me going to rob you and say, it's your fault that you got robbed because you shouldn't have been exposing all your money. Or if I go, or if I go grape a woman, it's your fault. You should have put on some clothes. Wearing that outfit.
Well. So let's say this then. Let's say this. I think because I think the root of the problem. No matter how fathers are leaving or not present, the reality is we need core families. We need healthy families. We can argue how they left or why they're not there. Yeah. Right? There's a multitude of reasons. Let's agree on that. The reality is a good way to fix this problem, right, is for us to have families and for men not to be making unnecessary families all over the place that they cannot.
That's our nature.
Oh, so you a seed thrower. Is that what
I mean, that's how the way God created it. God didn't give us chemistry to figure things out.
You get a seed.
But because think about it, right? If
it helping our community though? The problem is, I agree with you. Say I agree with you that men are designed to be seed throwers, and whoever shall catch it catches it. Right? That's fine. Right. Say I agree with you. Here's what we have to discuss. If you don't now, let me preface it with this. Men should only have children that they can afford to take care of. If you can afford to throw your seed around and raise these children properly and effectively, right? i.e., if you have multiple wives and you can have multiple kids with that wife and you can take care of, okay, then that's different. The reality is there's a lot of men who are making babies out here, out of women, and they are not present to take care of those children properly. And it's not a small percentage of it, it's a lot, right? And so the problem is we have approximately 75% of our women in the Black community are having children out of wedlock. Now, we do know that there's a strong percentage of them that are co-parenting, but those women are also not married. Here's the problem. Poverty. Poverty is linked to broken homes. When a woman is having a child by herself and out of wedlock, it has increased the rate of poverty almost 70 to 80%. We talked about poverty earlier. You brought up poverty. The fastest way to solve poverty is to have a core family where the father maintains a seed. Now, you said it's in our nature. Okay, I'll give you that. I'm saying if we want to fix it, men need to discipline their nature, right? And men do it. It's not impossible. So if we want to get off of the government's assistance, if we want to fix our community, if we want to reduce poverty, the men have to lead by making sure we discipline the way we deliver our seed to a woman, the right woman, picking properly. This we cannot. So when we talk about accountability, we're saying that, hey, black community and black men, this is something that we can do that doesn't require any government assistance. This will help our community grow. This will help us create wealth and generate wealth. Whoever you lay that seed with, you need to be with and build it properly. So I do agree with what you're saying. It's in our nature. But what I'm saying, our nature is fucking it up, right? So again, we got to choose. We got to pick our poison. Are we trying to fix the community, fix the problem, get the police out, do our for ourselves, build our own wealth in our own community, take ourselves out of white institutions? It all starts with family. And the best way to fix family is for men to stand up and say, okay, one seed, one need, right? So whoever I see who needs the seed, I give it to her. That's who I'm with. I build with her, because that ultimately is going to build our community so that we can do the things we need to do to protect ourselves from any white supremacy, any oppression, any bad police practices, bad government. It all starts with us, because it takes money to build a community, and it takes family to build money.
And you know what? You right on that. To add to that,
all right, let's see it.
Like we used to have back in the day. Back in the day when black people didn't have none, they worked together. They had a village.
Yes.
We have morals, the morality.
Yes.
That's what's gone now. The morality, villages, black men don't really have love for each other. We always compete. We look at each other as enemies already. Right. So that's what kind of that's like the big sharp knife in the game. But I want to say that I'm my dad's fifth child. My mama was a side piece.
Okay.
You know, so if my dad had that mindset, I wouldn't be here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm his fifth kid. He was with a woman. He got 7 by her, because my dad got 14 in total.
Okay.
And
how active was your father in your life?
My dad did the best. How can I put this? My dad risked his life. When men say they die for their family, my dad was put in that position where he actually showed that he's willing to die for his kids. But it fucked his life up because he handled it wrong.
Understood.
You know, so it kind of pushed him back, and it made him, you know, that's like if I had to protect my kids, willing to die for my kids, and I fucked my life up. Now, even though I did a good deed, but now I got to shit on my work, and now I can't be confident and take care of my kids now.
Right.
So he was putting up, and ain't no help for no man.
Of course not. Of course not. Do you think if your father would have been more disciplined with his seed offerings, do you think that would have changed or had a different type of influence in you just overall as a young man at the time, and now being a grown man? Do you think he would have had more time to invest into you, into the family, and also cultivate you in a way to where you may have avoided a lot of things or run-ins with the police and things of that nature? Do you think that would have?
No, I hear what you're saying. I think if my mama would allow him to be a father, and my mama family, because they helped and they involved themselves in the situation as well. Understood. If they would have butted out of their business and let my father be a father, even if she was a side piece, you can't get mad. You laid up and gave the man 3 babies. Now, this is my own mama I'm talking about. You laid up, you know my dad, who he was. My dad had multiple women. He had a lot of swag, and a lot of women thought he was handsome, and they was giving him babies. And my mama decided to give him 3 more.
All right, so pause right there, because you bring up a very good point. So basically, your dad was the old school Future back in the day. He's out here.
Yeah. So hey, that's where I got it from.
I see it. Hold on, play. I see it.
My dad said, "Boy, you ain't nothing like me." By the time I had 29, I had 14 of them. This one I didn't have kids, because I didn't know I had a daughter. when I was 29 years old, because I had my daughter, my first daughter.
How many kids you got?
I got 3 and two in the possible.
So basically, you a high value pookie right now. That's what you
high value pookie. Hey, global too. Global. My other baby might be in Mississippi. Hey, they love me, man.
Hey, I hear it, brother. I hear it. Listen. Okay, all right. So all right. So
proper instructions motivate people all the time, man.
Hey, man, we motivated, man. I'm behind. Y'all got me. I don't have one yet. I'm out here tripping.
You don't got no kid yet?
Man, somebody bring me some ovaries and stop playing. Yeah, I'm on shit.
That's because maybe you got how old you in your 30s?
36, yep.
Oh, we the same age.
Damn, Brian, you got 5 already?
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad. Actually, that's not bad at all. Listen,
that's late for me.
I'm late. What you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I had my first. I'm glad I had my first in my 20s. Yeah, so I can feel like I had my first kid when I was young. But I didn't know. I got found on Facebook when I was 31. When I was 31. That's when I got found on Facebook saying that I had a kid. Then the life that I was living, I dropped it immediately that day. And I've been here now. I got full custody of my daughter.
That's what's
been
up.
Here ever since.
That's what's up.
So I've been, damn, man, you got to get you some babies. You got to let that mindset go. All this because what is you proving? You want to prove to every world that you're a good man and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, ain't nothing like being a father.
Facts. That's what I heard. Got to be married first, man. Definitely got to be married first. But I will say this though. I will say this. I think. I will say this. I think it's interesting because we have to be, as men, unfortunately, we can blame the men, but we also have to hold the women accountable. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely have to hold the women accountable. And why do I say that?
Don't say that out loud.
And here's the thing. You said, hold on. My dad was a handsome guy. He was a player. He got the swag. The women already knew what they were getting themselves into, right? And they still gave themselves to him and still put themselves in that position. And so I say this is why I say it's a culture problem, right? We both have work to do on both sides, men and women. And because I think about it with Future situation and Nick Cannon as an example, these guys have money. They can get away with it. But here's what happens. You have someone like Nick Cannon or Future, they already have 4 or 5 kids. They meet another woman who knows for a fact that this guy is not to say he's not financially taking care of his children, right? We know financially they're good. But kids need more than just money. It's not just about money, right? There's another component to raising a child and being a father. Oh, yeah. In your mind, we might think because I see my dad all the time, doesn't mean he was a father all the time. Right. So there's a component about having a father present and consistently there. It does have a big impact. And it's not to say fathers who aren't present, but they're still active. That also matters. But we can't take away the value of having a father that's actually in the home. Right. And so I think to your point earlier, when we're talking about it, we're discussing culture. And I think that is something in the Black culture that absolutely has to be addressed, because it is causing us to have a couple problems. And I want to share this screen real quick. And we're coming up on 4 hours, so we're gonna slide off to an end. But I want to bring this up real quick because I think this is very valuable for us to look at this real quick. Jay Prince. This is talking about Black families. And this is from the blackdemographics.com. I like using this site when it's talking about Black issues or Black information. People want to trust this just a little bit more. We're talking about here, this is a poverty chart, and it's showing and indicating poverty within Black families. And I want us to go over this together. This talks about Black families living at or below the poverty level. Poverty is defined a certain way. And I believe per person, right? They define different annual salaries or how much you make annually based on how many people you're taking care of. And I think if it's one person, the country, the census defines it as like 14,000, I believe, $14,000 a year. One person can live off of $14,000 a year. And as you add more people that you're taking care of, the number goes up, saying how much money you need to have. But if you make below this amount of money, 14,000, and you're a single person by yourself, you are living below poverty. And so let's look at this. Black families living below the poverty level. It says 74%. These are female. These are what I do. I hit the oh shoot. Hold on, give me 1 second. There we go. These are females living below, female households with no husband. Can you even see it? You can barely see it. 74% of the women who are Black women with no husbands that have kids, 74% of them are living below the poverty line. Married couples. Here's the thing. If you're married, Black married couples, 16% of them are living below the poverty line. Male households with no wives. These are fathers. Single father dads. Did I say that right? Fathers with kids with no wives. Fathers with kids with no wives. 10% of them are living below the poverty line. What does this data show us? Right? Women with no husband but have kids, they are not doing well economically. It's a bad setup. It's a bad.
I disagree.
You say you disagree?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's a lot of caveat to that.
There is a lot of caveat. But what we're saying is,
on paper, it looked that way.
Well, I think I agree with you. There's probably a lot of caveat, but I think the meat of it all is that it's better financially if we're together, right? Can we argue that? Can we? All right. So regardless of how we break it down, there's a lot that goes into it, from education to jobs and all that.
Not necessarily. I want to talk on that point some more.
Go ahead, bro.
Not necessarily, because think about it. Okay, how much for a 3-bedroom house? Like, typically a 3-bedroom house is gonna run you some money, right? If you had to pay out your pocket, you had to pay about like what, 12 to about 1,800, 1,500 a month, right?
Well, it depends, right? Because the problem is this: there's so many scenarios, because you got to factor in the city, you got to factor in, the cost of living is different.
Okay, I'm gonna use my city.
Okay,
I'm gonna say Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right?
All right.
Majority of the houses in Milwaukee for a 3-bedroom gonna run you about $1,500. Okay. Times that by 12. That's what? 12,000. That's 18. That's 18,000. Right? Now, food stamps gonna give them another 1,000, because now they house is getting paid for it. They houses
This is true.
Now by them being on assistance, by those women being on assistance, by the time they get done with the government is giving them middle class finances. Yeah. You got people that's making, you got men that's working, making 60 to I'll say about, they say average men make about 40. I'm gonna give them an extra 20,000 on there. They living worse than them.
Facts. But again, this is true. The problem is what? It's destroying our community. So though individually, yeah, they might be good. It doesn't change. Though they're being assisted does not mean they're not impoverished. So, and again, the problem isn't so much them as much as it's these kids without fathers, because it's these kids now. What is the data on kids without fathers, right? You're 90% more likely to involve yourself in deviant behavior. You're 80% more likely to be suicidal, right? Mm-hmm. You're 70% more likely to skip school and have a poor education outcome. So you're 10 times more likely to end up in jail and in prison and be arrested. Right. So we talk about, at the end of the day, yes, the women are being assisted, one would say incentivized, to maintain broken families. Because if you know you're going to be protected and there's going to be a cushion, you are then now, this is being counterproductive for the betterment of our community. And so the reality is, yes, though they're living below the poverty line, is discouraging fatherless, they're encouraging fatherless homes, right? Because there's no incentive to want to do better. And some of these women end up having more children, even though they already are below poverty because they're being assisted. And
Right.
so we're talking about fixing the Black community, and then now we're saying, okay, well, yeah, but they're still having a good time. Yes, that's why it's not being solved, because we're still incentivizing it. And I think that is the biggest problem. And if we look here, we look at families living above the poverty line, married Black couples, 3.6 million. 53% are living above the poverty line. Doesn't mean they're rich. It means they're not poor, right?
Yeah.
But it just means that we're doing good. This is above middle class, right? 53%. Being married alone keeps you out of poverty. So female households with no husband that are living above the poverty line, 37%. That's still good. That's good, right? That's 37%. Male households with no wife living above poverty line, 10%, right? 10%. So again, these are, and you guys, I will link this into the I will link this in the chat at the end of the stream. Listen, Jay Prince, you know, we're coming
Can I
up
ask?
on,
I know
go ahead, brother.
I want to add something to that. With the nowadays, like I said, the morals in the village is gone.
Yes.
That big number, a lot of people, especially the younger generation, they don't believe in marriages. So even though it might say single women, those women got men at home in the
course. Yeah, no, we know
they're
that.
just not getting married.
Of course, but again, this is true, and that the data does not account for cohabitating, right? The data does not. So we know that Black fathers, they say, are the most active than any other group in America, white, Asian, and Hispanic. They say Black fathers are the most active. I agree with that. The problem, though, is cohabitating is not the most efficient or the effective way to build wealth, right? Marriage is. And so, though you might still have your father present, not saying it's better to have the father present, right? I hear what you're saying, though. Marriage is becoming not the cultural norm, right? But it doesn't mean that people aren't still together per se. So I do agree with that. I just know that according to the data, according to what other communities are doing and the success that they're having, they're doing it through marriage, through married homes, right? Because if that's the case, again, we have to be willing to look at someone else who's doing the blueprint now. And you said this before too, before the 60s, Black families were together, they were strong, and we had wealth. And guess what? Married homes produces less crime. So there's another correlation. And the whole objective is to lower crime, lower poverty, and regain control back over the Black community. And it can only be done, and it should be encouraged through marriage. Women should marry before they carry, and men should discipline their seed, right? And I think we could steer this ship around if we promote those type of values. And I will say, in closing, out of curiosity, do you believe that post-traumatic police disorder, that's my theory, and I plan on doing more research on it, do you think that could be a thing?
I definitely think that'd be a thing. I know police officers that I had a conversation with a cop, and he told me that they want Blacks to be feared when they come around. That's power. And that's the power that they need. And he also told me that even though we say on TV, he kept all the way funky with me. We would say publicly, you innocent to proving guilty. But he said, cops know better. You guilty to proving innocent, because if we looked at everybody like they was innocent, we won't find no guilty people.
That's very true.
So everybody's guilty until they proven to be innocent.
Yeah.
So he kept it foggy with me, yeah. So all of that fear that we have and all of those experiences that we have,
whether good or bad or legal or illegal, it still has an impact, right? You would say
yeah,
that
the history between cops. The history between cops and blacks, it started off wrong out the gate, and it just carried on from time to time.
It did.
And we use this 2022 stuff way too much, and this victim Olympics term, it's just ridiculous to me because it's finding reasons to blame blacks for everything that we did wrong at.
I agree. It's too dismissive. I think it's too dismissive. It's too dismissive and it's disingenuous because you're not putting things in context.
Right.
It gives the impression that black people are complaining they're not justified for the complaint, which I disagree. I think black people, I think the complaints are justifiable. I think the problem is there's nuance, and I believe there's enough accountability to go around. And I think sometimes, from what I've understood so far, is that you know how it is. Women do it all the time. When you want to talk about women, they be like, well, what about the men do it too, right? I think what happens with these conversations involving police, sometimes people just want to talk about the police. They don't want to talk about black folks, right? And it's like, hey, right now we want to talk about how y'all fucking up, right?
And I wanted to say this before we ended the live.
Right.
The thing is, and the point that a lot of black folks is getting mad, that's why we got the BLM and all the other stuff. It's not the fact that black on black crime, we don't care about black on black crime. It's not that black people is not sitting up here and they just, when every time you see a cop kill a black man, they always say, well, black people kill each other. That's not the point. The point is, if I go kill a black person today,
you're held accountable. Yeah.
I'm going to prison. The thing is, they don't go to prison. They walk.
Yes. And sometimes it's not justified that they walk. And then there are times it is justified. And I think the problem, though, is that we don't have anybody black people can talk to who can explain why it is what it is. There are cases where the officers may not have done something the way we feel like it should have been done, but they were in their right to do it. It doesn't make it morally right, but it does make it legally right. And there's a difference between what we believe to be true morally and what is actually the law. And that's why, and guess what? There's nobody here to sit down and explain it to us. There's nobody who cares enough to explain it to us. So as a people and as a community, we have to understand the laws of this country. We have to understand the laws that govern us. And to your point, I do agree with you, though, because in that very moment, you're right. When we want to discuss this issue, people want to deflect, right? And then bring up another point. That's not the time or the place for the conversation. And I agree with you 100% on that.
And I think they should remove guns, take guns from police and citizens. I don't think we should have firearms. The reason, because Elijah came up here and said he lived in a country where it wasn't no such thing as firearm, probably in the UK or whatever. And you don't get this gun violence.
Yeah, but it's too late. This country's too far gone. It'll never happen, right? And we're not powerful enough to make that move. Guns, it'll never happen. It sounds good. The only thing I could say is move to a country where that is at, right?
Because now, well, go ahead. People have to use their hands.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, and that's why training, right? We're gonna have to do another stream on how officers can be better. But at the end of the day, we can only control what we can control. And right now we need to control our community. Our community is out of control a little bit, and we need to do what we can do that no one else can do, right? There are things that we can do that no politician can do, that the police cannot do. The police cannot solve our problems. The government cannot solve our problems. We can take control of our own stuff. And I feel like at some point in time, we got to get to a point where we start doing for ourselves and separating ourselves from the government in a sense, because it's not healthy, right?
I said that in the panel before. Yeah.
So listen, we agree. Listen,
we agree on a lot of stuff.
How about that? Look at that. Cuckoo Cachoo. Who would have knew, right?
Yeah.
See, listen, if you didn't know I was a cop, we'd be best friends, right? We
probably would be best friends.
Hey, listen.
But you got to remember, people won't call you. You won't be getting name calls if you was a cook or if you was in the healthcare field. So you can't really take it personal.
I don't. You know, I don't. But
we talking about the system when we call them names, not so much the cops.
But that's why the power of words, though, we have to be careful, because though, yes, you might feel that way, I might not receive it that way, right? Every officer doesn't receive it the same way. You feel me? And so it's we just have to be mindful and judge people off of their character and not the color of uniforms or skin, because I'm a different kind of person, you know? And even in the moment when all that melee happened on the stream, I was in complete control of myself. And I didn't want it to escalate that way, because I wanted to get into you. I wanted to find out why you were so frustrated with the police. Because see, even when I came on the platform, before I even showed my face, I was just talking I was talking a whole bunch of shit. You heard me. I was like, nah, that's false. You was like, how? How, right? Remember? but what did I not do? I didn't address you in that moment.
Right.
And there was a reason for that. Because there was a reason for that. I heard you. Right? I heard you.
Yeah, see, the thing is, Nathan, once you put on that uniform for black folks, represents a lot of sorrow.
I agree.
It took away a lot of black men out of homes. It put us in prison. It's put us in the grave. And like when you said earlier, a cop used to always tell me, "Don't let this define you." Even though I'm going to jail, he ain't finna take these handcuffs off. But he give me all this damn good advice, and then I was tricked by a lot of cops. Say, "Oh, you probably be out within the next day or two," and that's I'm there for months.
That's because
they gave me a lot of good advices, but I'm like, well, take these damn handcuffs off then. They weren't gonna do that.
Nah, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that. But you know what's funny is I gave him that advice because going to jail is not the answer, right? That's a temporary timeout. What I'm speaking to the person's mind. I'm speaking to their heart. I'm speaking to their soul. My goal is to get them to change their mentality, right? Because if you go into jail thinking that this is the best you can do and you can't do better, then as soon as you get out, you're going right back in. So I have those conversations with those young men on the way to the jail to plant seeds. I know that I might not necessarily see the fruit of that, but the goal is always to plant it. If I can plant the seed, someone else could water it. Someone else can provide the sunlight, right? But at the end of the day, someone comes back and says, that officer said something to me 5 years ago that saved my life. This conversation that me and you are having right now is a seed being planted in you. You might get pulled, God forbid, you might get pulled over tomorrow running the stoplight. And you know what? And he said, don't put that on me. But listen, but you know what happens? You're going to say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to smile at this officer. I'm going to smile at him. And then watch the whole situation change. Because now you're leading with a different mindset going into a situation that you did not have before. And sometimes our mindsets can dictate the actions. It can dictate our behavior, and you can control. You'd be surprised how much power a smile has in a very chaotic situation. You know, and I think that is the seed at the end of the day, is to let's look at it different. Every officer is not evil. Every officer is not wicked. There are good officers out here who are saving lives and they are leading by example, and they are moving with integrity. They're out here, and you won't know unless you smile at one. Ask the next officer when you see one, man, how's your day? Or even spark a conversation. Say, listen, you know, I used to hate officers back in the day, but here's why. What are your thoughts on this? Spark a conversation. We're regular people. We're not all bad, right? And so I'm not asking you to love the police. I'm asking you not to hate them, right? I'm asking you not to hate them. You know, hate the ones that do hate, right? Look at the ones who do bad and treat them as such. But the ones that are good, treat them like they're good people. We're good people, you know. And unfortunately, we do have bad ones out here. Like we have bad people everywhere. And I think at the end of the day, that is just I think that is the moral of the story. And me and you have an opportunity to get to know each other and build, right? This conversation was a beautiful conversation, you know, and I think I look at the bigger thing that comes out of this. And you know, again, you know, I appreciate you just coming up here and then having the conversation with me. Any closing statements for you before we shut this thing down?
I'm glad, like Anton told me, that I need to let this hate go that I had just in general. I had a lot of anger and hate, just built up a lot of stuff. And, you know, I felt like, you know, I'm stubborn. I'm a Taurus. My birthday the same day as Malcolm X.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah. It's just funny that it's like that. But I'm a Taurus. I'm very stubborn. I feel like when somebody hit me, it's hard. If I don't get my lick back, I can't stand myself until I get my lick back.
Right.
But that mindset ain't doing nothing for me.
There you go.
And I'm getting older now. I'm about to be 37, and I don't want to carry living this hateful life and this angry life. It never really did nothing for me internally.
Correct.
You know, it just made people don't want to be around me, or it just made me end up locked up.
Right.
I don't want to be around myself half of the time. I'm like, man, you know, I don't. why did I get mad off something like that?
Right.
I didn't have to say that to him, or I didn't have to do that to her.
Right.
You know, I ain't had to. You know, that's one thing that I hate about my life that I allow people to do to me. I used to be a real happy person.
Okay.
I allowed people to take away my smile. I should always smile a lot. I was a happy guy. Now I just be looking mad for no reason. And it became my normal look.
Yeah.
So
that's deep.
I learned not to judge the book by its cover no more. After talking to you, you know, we open up to each other, we had a good conversation.
This is my first time. I agree. It's my first time. I shared a lot of stuff with you, brother. You know, I haven't shared with anybody else. So this, you know, I felt very comfortable and confident in being able to share that. And I shared it with people on the stream. And no growth, no healing happens when people are holding back or not being transparent. Right? I could have sold you a bag of goods this whole conversation, you know, and you would have felt it because real recognize real.
Right.
And I'm not here to put on a front for anybody. I make mistakes like everybody else. I made mistakes since I started YouTube, and I come right back on here and I make my apology. And I think the power in the statement you made, you know, a smile is a powerful thing, and it's very disarming. You can disarm people with it. You know, the only power people have is the power that you give them. As you said, you're giving people too much power over your emotions, and I think that within itself is a powerful thing that we have to discuss more in our community about our men allowing emotions to dictate their actions, you know, and it takes a real man to admit it and to actually work on it, being self. Take the time to look at self and dive deep and say, hey, I want to be honest that these are things I need to fix for me to do better. And like you said, as we become older as men, we start seeing the things that we truly value, you know, and if we make mistakes as men, other people suffer, you know, other people suffer from it. So I shout out to Anton for just doing what he did. I think it was a great conversation that you guys had. I respect him for that. He brought me up on his platform to have the conversation about policing. And I think that was on point and it was on time. Sometimes things happen on just in life.
Yeah.
I look at how this whole thing started, but then now I look at the blessing that came out of it. right? This conversation. It was never about the pig, right?
No.
Right? You feel me? You feel me? It was
Right.
never about, at the end of the day, the comment happened, but man, like in the moment, it seemed painful. And Jay Prince, you don't know this, brother, but I was almost gonna give up on the channel. I was gonna throw this whole thing away, man. You know, I was gonna quit. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna quit. And I was gonna quit because it wasn't because of the insults. You know, leading up to that incident when I jumped on Lapeef, I was already going through some things. And I was gonna quit because I felt like the people I've been trying to help don't want the help. I've been getting dragged. Like people are like, well, we don't F with 12. I don't want to hear what you got to say. People are saying I work for white supremacy, you know, and I get it. And it wasn't about that. It was about that I was doing so much work, trying so hard. Nobody wants to watch the content, right? I see people want to talk about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, stuff that don't matter. I'm like, hey, you guys, I thought police reform was something that we were talking about last year, right? I started my channel in October. Right. I started because I thought we wanted answers. I thought we wanted to fix the problem. And then I'm over here trying to give solutions and nobody seems to really care. Right. I just thought that I was going to be received differently. And people are still judging me because of the job that I did. I'm retired. And I'm like, hey, let me give y'all the secret. Folks are like, nah, we don't care about your secret. Fuck it. Because you're a cop. Once a cop, always a cop. I'm like, no, hold on. I got some. Nah, we don't want to hear it. You know, and then going on to the channel and then reading the chat, people like, oh, we don't trust him. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Have y'all even seen my channel? I'm really trying to help. And so I think in that moment, I got discouraged and I felt like I was wasting my time. I felt like nobody cared. I felt like the same people I came back to save didn't want to be saved, you know? And so I think after that discussion, and as things unfolded, you have inspired me even more to do what I'm doing because you agreed to have the conversation and you are willing to just give me a chance and hear from me. You know what I mean? And that was something that was a powerful moment for me. I read a comment that you left on one of the videos, and that kind of sparked me. Like, all right, no, I think I'm doing the right thing. You know, I think I'm reaching people. And it might be baby steps. Maybe I thought I was gonna blow up. Like, hey, you guys, I'm this. And so I think, you know, sometimes the growth has to be humbling, right? And it happens in increments to make sure that I myself don't lose focus. So I had some contemplating to do, but this conversation solidified and reiterated how important this is. And then you know, a lot of people have been also emailing and saying, hey, don't give up the fight. So.
You know what? I got to say this, Nathan. By you being very transparent, I think cops, especially black cops, they have to go above and be if they really care and really want to reach out, because there's a lot of black families that's hurting behind what cops done did.
I agree.
We can't forget that.
I agree.
There's a lot of blood that been shed, and you constantly watching cops get away with just doing whatever, and to the point where it's not even shocking no more to see black men getting killed no more. Like when I'm scrolling down on my page and I see black cops killing black men, I just keep scrolling because we already know how that situation. Ain't no even sense to me even finna get mad about the situation. I don't want to be mad today, so let me keep scrolling because we already know how it's going to turn out. They're going to turn out that he got a bad. They always point out his criminal history. They're going to point out his criminal history. They're going to put on this big old scene. He's going to go to court. Either he's going to get a mistrial or he's going to go home and get paid leave.
Right.
And nothing's going to happen. But when you see a black man kill somebody, he's going to prison for life. So I'm tired of seeing black men go to prison for these laws. Not just killing, all of these laws. We the only ones we tired of seeing black men, and we keep talking about we got to have laws, but it seems like we the only ones getting locked up, and we getting locked up forever. you got drug dealers on the corner getting 30 years for a little bit of dope, but yet they don't lock up the people that allowing the drugs up in this country.
Mm.
You know, they dropping guns in Chicago streets and everywhere, but we get locked up for it. Everything that they do, we get the penalty for it.
We getting played.
So I don't think it had nothing to do with you, Nathan. A lot of black people that especially listen to you and talking to you, they probably like hearing you. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's just, man, there's people crying on the inside. If you could go inside of a lot of the black, how especially I feel how we was, and I felt like I was one of the good guys.
Right.
And I got dead wrong by them.
Right.
On multiple occasions.
Right. It's abusive. It's abusive, man. It is.
Yeah.
It is. And I think it's abusive. And you have people who are addicted to the power that they're abusing. And there is a way to fix it. There's absolutely a way to fix it. But, you know, people, we have to come together properly and do it and handle it. Because what people will argue is that you don't see this happening, right? Asians aren't complaining about police brutality. The Jewish people are not complaining about police brutality. White people are there; they're having issues, but they think a little differently when it comes to the police, right?
Right.
So they do have bad outcomes, but they always ask what that person do, right? Like they just think differently when it comes to the police.
Because they love their police officers.
They do love the police officers. And, and the police can't do no wrong, right? In this country, we do coddle police officers. I think that's another issue. We give them too much grace and we handicap them. But nonetheless,
our black cops didn't protect us like they said the goal was.
I agree. There's some of that's not going on. And so that needs to be a conversation. I like the idea of black people policing their own people without the police. I'm all for that. I think that, you know, the cities and the states, they need to earn the respect of the community. I absolutely agree with that. But we can't do that if we can't get the crime under control in our own community. That has to be addressed. Because again, at the end of the day, no black citizen is going to agree to stay in an area where they're being mistreated by their own people. They will call the police. So that is something that we have to work on as our own.
Their kids the one that are doing it.
I agree. And how many parents will turn their child in? How many parents will a lot of parents aren't turning their kids in.
You know why? Because they don't want their kids dead, or they don't want their kids tortured in prison. But the thing is, we got systems saying that we can't whoop our kids. We can only give them 3 licks and spank it with a hand. So with that in place, we can't beat the hell out of our kids.
Well, okay. So I always say this. I say, if you bruise, you lose, right? That's why I used to tell parents when I at the house. But so get creative, you know, get creative. You know, nudge them a little bit, push them down the steps. I mean, damn, y'all act like y'all.
That's bad. You know, come on now. Now think about it, right? They get on us. They get on us. They telling us we can't barely whoop our kids. But we whooping our kids so that when they grow up,
I get it.
The police gonna whoop them, and when the police whoop them, they're gonna either, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna either go to prison or they're gonna get shot.
We need fathers.
Fathers need to be home.
Fathers in the home, and
we need the systems up out of our home. We don't need to let them tell us how we should raise our kids.
I agree. And in order to do that, you need money, right?
Yeah,
you got to buy politicians like everybody else. You got to buy the politicians. It takes money, and you can't have money without a home, right?
We got money. We got money. You know the problem is, Nate. We value the wrong shit with our money. We value new cars, new clothes, new hoes.
That's
we don't give a damn about
cost money. Facts. You're absolutely right. Hoes ain't cheap. Shit.
We got money to bring power in our community, but the problem is we put our focus on the wrong shit. We worry about the wrong things when we get money.
I didn't say
we worry about attention seeking shit.
Yes.
We're gonna have no value. It don't have no value in the black community at all.
Hold on. I want everybody to pause. Says the brother wearing a Louis Vuitton hat. Spending all that money on white people stuff. Look at you, brother. I'm gonna start calling you Future 2.0. Hold on.
My brother was calling me Future. I haven't seen Future in years. I was like, why you calling me Future?
That is fun.
Because I wear my suspenders. I wear my suspenders down. Like I don't put my suspenders on. I wear them hanging to match my outfits a little bit.
That's what's up, brother. I want a Louis Vuitton hat too, bro. I don't know what it is. I think it's just cool. It has a different flyness to it. I feel like it'll match my ensemble. So I'm gonna get one, and probably when I hit 50K subscribers, I'll treat myself to a Louis hat.
Man, live your life, man.
Facts.
You need to get you some kids, though, Nate.
Bro, you ain't never lie.
Man, stop, man. And hey, let me tell you this.
All right.
When it comes down to having kids, the women that I wanted my kids from never got them pregnant.
Really?
It's always the women, and I talk to multiple men.
Yeah.
We usually get the kids by the women that we didn't want to have kids. We don't want them. That's crazy, ain't it?
Well, and what does that say about us?
I don't know.
It's and this is, I'm glad you said that, because this is what I witnessed too, patrolling in our community, is that it's a lot of you have a lot of good brothers out here. We're talking good quality men who are dipping and diving in the wrong women, and they get them pregnant. And a lot of times it's because, unfortunately, we all know there's only, I don't even want to say it. I want to say there's two types of women men deal with. Women that you could play with, and the women you can build with. And the women you can build with, unfortunately, a lot of brothers, it's like the box speed not that great, right? Like,
yeah,
right. But honestly, that's probably the telltale sign. If the sex is too good, she's probably not good for you.
But I understand that, but
so about what? Hey, JJ,
once they start gripping your shit, woo, it's not warm and wet. They say women, dog. I think it's a lot. Hey Nate, I think it's a lot, right? When they say women is more emotional than men fall in love. No, I think men fall in love quicker.
Yeah, yes.
We just gotta put on a macho front, like we don't want to fall in love. Man, once if you have sex with a woman unprotected 3 times, that man is in love with that woman.
Yeah, what people don't realize is I keep saying that we downplay men's emotions.
Yeah,
men just don't show it in a way because of fear, or they want to perceive themselves to be tough. But no, and I think that's what makes men more dangerous, bottling up those emotions, and being honest with you. And I hate this statistic, but a lot of Black women lose their life behind of a man, right? Behind a man. And in the Black community, the number is about 52%, approximately 52% of murders from women, by women, or women who get killed. 50% of them are killed by an intimate partner, right?
Yeah.
A man, right? And so it is real. That's an emotion, right? That's an anger emotion. A man who does something like that to take a woman's life, there's something wrong there. And emotions cause that behavior. Whether the man thought he's justified or not, there's no justification for it. A lot of times they call that crime of passion. Well, right. But here's the thing. Here's the thing too. Paternity fraud. And I worked a case where a man found out the kid wasn't his, and he took her up out of here.
Yeah,
like, that's an emotion.
Yeah. See, and you know what else, Nate? I feel like this system instigated majority of those murders of the Black woman. The system instigates it. How the system instigated, they give these women all of this power and all of this leeway, and the women try to bring that to the man, to their race of men, because they know they can. And a lot of black men said, I'm not going. It's a bitch move because you attack a woman, not the system. But at that moment, she's the one in charge of my kids. We looking at that woman like you are in charge of my kids, and you use this system that's against me. And before you know, because I done thought about harming my baby mama before I got my baby mama. I mean my kid.
Yes, and let me speak on that. And appreciate it pound for pound. I forgot we always got to use certain words, but I think that'll be a good conversation. Hold that thought. I think that'd be a good conversation for another stream. I will say this though. So shout out to Miss Creator. She said, y'all still talking, y'all friends now. So
you might be related to some of my family members up in Atlanta. I got a lot of uncles and them. They from the military, they in the Navy, they the Marines. They lived in Georgia. They from Arkansas, and some of them live in St. Louis, but a lot of them in Detroit, Michigan, and Alabama, all them areas down there. But you got the little Davis.
Hey man, this is a non-FBA setup I got right here, brother.
Yeah,
according to some people,
you might know the Davises.
Hey, maybe. But yeah, we got to piggyback on that. I think that'll be a good discussion to have about that. And it's unfortunate, man. Just in general, we have people, men and women, in domestic situations, and they're put in a position where they lose themselves emotionally and feel they need to hurt each other in order to alleviate the pain, right? And I hate that. And I've done a lot of domestic cases in it, and I hate that. But I think that's definitely a good conversation, man. Listen, Jay Prince, man, you are always welcome here to have a conversation, man, and even provide pushback. It's welcome here. It only makes me better. I believe iron sharpens iron, man, and you ironclad, brother. You are. I don't know too many brothers who've been arrested 30 times, guns pointed out, and made it out alive, man, brother. You are. Look, hey, you need to be teaching these other brothers how not to get shot. What did you do, right? Cooperate.
Man. Yeah, I was just in the moment when he
listened,
though,
right?
Wow, I didn't get tough. I didn't get tough and try to make a move.
There you go. That's a big
because the gun was on me at that point.
Oh, right. But that's a big part of it, right? Unfortunately, in some cases, there are some officers that we know for a fact abused power. They did things illegal. They shot and killed people illegally. Some got caught. Some got away with it. But in some cases, you have officers who were justified, and resisting arrest is never good, man. It's just never good. It's the best way to stay safe is just to cooperate. And I always preach that message. But any final words, brother, before we sign out and we bounce up out of here?
Man, I learned not to. I'm learning to not hold in my hate and anger. This Nathan, he a good dude, man, and I judged him based off. I projected how the stuff that I done experienced, and because he represent the police department,
right?
Now, when I victimized him for what somebody else done. And I think I know a lot of y'all brothers, I know how y'all feel about the cops and stuff, but as you get to, I'm not saying that you got to be best friends with them or go to start telling. I'm not saying all that.
I respect it.
You know what I'm saying? But we don't got to mistreat them, especially if we come in and trying to give you some good food, some good knowledge.
Facts.
And I'm definitely receptive to receiving knowledge. That's my purpose of being on this platform in the beginning. What's the point if I can't eat?
Facts.
Knowledge is food to me.
Yes, sir.
So,
hey, man. Wow, that was deep. And Jay Prince, again, I'm very blessed that you were willing to do it. You came to do it. You had some great questions. And man, it was a beautiful conversation, man. And I will say this, I'm taking your story with me on this journey. On this journey, your story is with me, right? So best believe I get a chance to repeat that. I get to move knowing that this is someone I get to stick up for. And Yeah, he made some bad choices in the past. He made some good ones. At the same time, he's a great person. And no matter what officer comes in contact with him, he should have been respected and treated with profession, the sense of professionalism, and he wasn't, and so that is what it is at the end of the day, that as officers, this profession, we are held at a higher standard, and it doesn't matter who the person is. That doesn't change that. And there is some bad history, and some officers they haven't evolved to where society is asking them to be at. And I think that's where this country is asking us to go. And I haven't seen a lot of people make the transition. And my plan is to speak up for that transition to happen. And it's going to require all of us to get together and be able to fight and stand up on something new that we are asking to take place. And I believe it can happen. I believe it will happen. I just believe it's going to take a lot of work. We just need the right people in position to make it happen, if that makes sense.
And I can honestly tell you, specifically, you from the watching through your videos and listen to you talk, thanks for protecting and serving us.
Damn, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Welcome.
I appreciate that. And with that, brother, you have a blessed night, and keep in touch, man. And if anything you want to discuss, if you got a good thing you want to discuss, and we can put something together, we'll do it on the stream.
All right, no doubt.
Yes, sir, man. All right, brother.
Take it easy.
You too.
Yeah, well.
All right. I feel good. How you guys feeling? How'd you guys enjoy it? Listen, I always tell you guys I'm not gonna do these long streams, man, but I get up here and the conversations be cracking, right? We be having a good time. I pray you guys found this conversation valuable, that you shout out to Pound for Pound, I use my word. Cuckoo Kachu. Cuckoo Kachu, you guys, who would have knew? Me and Jay Prince hit it off. Right? Me and Jay Prince hit it off. Of course, I wasn't worried. That was a great conversation. What do you guys think? I always tell myself I do these streams, I'm like, I'm not gonna do these long streams, and the time just goes, man. It goes when you're having a good conversation. It goes. A lot of stories shared tonight. You guys, I got a chance to open up a little bit more. I had someone who challenged me and asked me some good questions, and nothing to hide, right? Just being open, being honest. Everything happens for a reason. And I'm constantly always reminded of that. Sometimes things happen we think are bad, and then, right? Cuckoo Chew. Things end up opening up and then working out even for the betterment. And I love it. I love it because none of that happened. I like to give a special shout out to whoever that was on the Peeps Network who initially called me a pig in the chat. If it wasn't for that person, this probably wouldn't have happened today. Right? If it wasn't for Logic addressing the situation, whether couth or uncouth, right? He addressed it. This probably wouldn't have happened today. Everything happens for a reason. Yep. That brother Jay Prince got a chance to tell a story. What a interesting. Jay Prince, you need to write a book, man. that was pretty cool. Man, I haven't laughed this hard on the stream in a while, so this is cool, man. It was a great conversation. I hope you guys found the conversation to be invaluable. A lot of things. I definitely got to watch it again. There was so much said. Thank you guys so much for hanging with us tonight. This was a good question. This was a good combo. Tomorrow, you guys, we're celebrating the 10K online celebration. So please be there for that. I think we'll be up maybe like 2 hours. I promise, 2 hours. Just talking and shooting the word around, but nothing too crazy. Thank you, Kevin C. This is a new gentleman, new subscriber. I met him on Chantel's stream. Good brother. We had some good conversation. Kevin, I appreciate you dropping the info. Yeah, this is the new thing. I'm gonna do some more research on this because I think this could be a thing. Post-traumatic police disorder. And I think Jay Prince gave us a lot of good testimony as to how this is what it is, right? It doesn't matter if you're in the wrong or in the right when it comes to the police. The fact is the lingering feeling that's left behind. You know, we need ways to address that, right? We need ways to address that. So I'm gonna contemplate on that, kind of come up with some ideas. Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah, it looks like everybody's loving it. Miss Creator said I'm one of her favorites. Thank you, Miss Creator. I appreciate that. Yeah, pound for pound. I'm gonna have to rewatch it too. This is great. I'm gonna rewatch it, pull some notes, and I have some great speakers coming up. You guys, listen. What's coming down the pipeline for this channel? I am bringing a state prosecutor from New York on this interview. We're going to be interviewing her, and she's going to talk about prosecuting police. I think Jay Prince, he's going to like this. I'm going to bring Jay Prince up. We're going to be talking about holding police accountable. What does it look like? You know, police that do get prosecuted. We're going to talk about it. She's done it. So I'll be bringing that up down the pipeline. We're still trying to lock in a date, but it's going to be a great conversation. It's going to be a great conversation. Who else? I'm going to have some therapists come up, and I've already been discussing with one just in reference to this topic, right? That my theory. I think this is important dialogue to have. Shout out to the 11K. We got to celebrate this 10 before we hit 11, bro. We got to hit this 10 first. 11K around the way. Shout out to everybody, you guys. Thank you so much to all the members. Thank you so much to those watching, those who came in and supported. There was so much discussed. It was a great conversation. Man, I'm excited. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Let me see. First, let me shout out to the sponsor of the stream, Millennial Mark TV. This is a good brother here. Brother, thank you so much. He's sponsoring the stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much to everybody who donated tonight. I really appreciate it. My boy Jay Speed, thank you so much. Very well appreciated. Mr. Awesome, the always and forever Luke Hazley, thank you so much. He's always. And daughter of Yah, these are my day ones, you guys. These are my day ones. Back when I had about 50 people, I was in here struggle streaming. I appreciate it. You guys, this means absolutely so much to me. And of course, Dre Blanco, as you guys know, he's always down. It's my ride or die right there. And then Kevin C, thank you so much, you guys. This was an amazing stream. I'm feel good. Honestly, I feel good tonight. I'm ready to, sure is bedtime. I'm ready to call it quits. Thank you so much to my moderators. Man, you guys are awesome. Where are we at? Everybody good? Let me see. Pound for pound, bro. I've been meaning to bless you with this wrench, brother. For every time I think about it, I always forget. Pound for pound, welcome to the wrench club. Welcome to the wrench club, brother. Welcome to the wrench club. And you know, I think we're good. To the moderators, thank you so much. All of you guys, thank you so much. Yes, I'm going to I'm about to sleep good. Listen, everybody, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. So much love. You guys mean so much to me. This support means everything. You have no idea. This was crazy. Good. Jay Prince, again, thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate you. Shout out to Anton as well. And shout out to the Lapeef Network. I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate Anton for doing what he did, because I think that helped plant the seed for what we had tonight. So again, another shout out to that brother as well. And with that being said, you guys, listen, let these truths find you where those lies have left you. Good night. God bless.